The recognition that even the slightest oversight may have disastrous consequences. For others, it means teamwork, the athletic beauty of an endlessly perfected pit stop, a ballet of balance, noise, and fury. For still others, it means tension. Is there enough fuel? Will the tires hold up? How many laps are left? For most, however, NASCAR means challenge. The oh-so-human need to succeed, to push, intimidate, take control, to win, regardless of cost. TNN Motorsports proudly presents live flag-to-flag coverage of NASCAR Winston Cup racing. From Rockingham, North Carolina, today, the Goodwrench 500. It's a beautiful, crisp, clear day in the sand hills of North Carolina as TNN begins its Winston coverage for 1993. The first of 7 races for these drivers will present, and the second race of the 1993 season. We're on the air a half hour earlier today to bring you some of the stories of this season just yet beginning to unfold, and it's appropriate to start with a look at some of the drivers we feel will be among the key contenders for the 1993 Winston Cup Championship. Let's have a look. Alan Kulwicki became the 10th different winner of the Winston Cup by a mere 10 points. But any one of these competitors could find themselves heir to Alan's crown come November. Dale Earnhardt and Bill Elliott are the only 2 among that group to have won a championship. But of these 6 challengers, Elliott carries the biggest burden into 1993. Bill would be the reigning champ were it but for one more lap led in Atlanta. This season finds his team in transition, facing many questions yet to be answered.
We continue to work hard, try to build new cars, try to make things better, and you never know when the season starts, what you've really accomplished. But I know one thing, we've done a lot of work in all season.
But it went up in smoke at Daytona, adding more frustration to a team still smarting from seeing last year's crown slip away. Davey Allison is perhaps more relieved going into 1993 than any other Winston Cup contender. The second-generation driver hopes to rise from the memory of a season filled with triumphs and tragedies, making him a sentimental choice. But the stability and strength of the entire Robert Yates operation makes Davey an odds-on favorite as well.
If you stop and you look back on a lot of the other drivers' careers, the guys who have gone on to be successful, win championships, the majority of them have been through some very similar circumstances that we went through last year. Not very many of them have had to go through it repeatedly, so there's hope from that standpoint.
Hopes of repeating his Daytona 500 win were dashed early on, but Allison's still a strong shot to be there at season's end. The hope in 53-year-old Harry Gant's camp is that good things like that elusive first championship will come to those who work and wait. Among other new wrinkles for handsome Harry include the longtime Oldsmobile driver's switch to a new Chevrolet. But the question remains, after 20 seasons, will this be the year the oldest man ever to win a Winston Cup race finally lays claim to a title?
We hope so. We've been second and third and fourth and fifth plumb through the first 10 numbers, I think. The year before last, we started off slow, had a terrific super at the end of the year run. And we said, well, if we could have got off to a better start, we might have been there. This past year, we got off to a real good start and then faded at the end, so we finished fourth both years. We hope this will be it. Maybe we can have you just got to have all the races in. You got to finish them off.
Harry hopes to bounce back from a 21st place finish at Daytona and breathe new life into the legend of Mr. September. Kyle Petty is looking to pick up where he left off last season, finishing 1992 with 6 top 5s in the last 10 races. This vaulted Kyle and the Sabco race team into previously uncharted waters for them, championship contention. For Kyle, his team remains intact, and if their momentum continues, he could become the first third-generation Winston Cup champion.
You go to Daytona, you try to run good. You go to Richmond, you try to run good. You go to Rockingham, you try to run good. So on and so forth. So I think what we're looking at it that way. Then when it gets down towards the end of the year, then you start saying, well, we need this many points or we need that or whatever. But we're starting out the season just one race at a time and trying to build on it.
From the pole, Kyle was in position to win the Daytona 500, but couldn't avoid Bobby Hillin. Kyle hopes to rebound this week at Rockingham. Mark Martin remains the most consistent driver over the last 4 seasons, but he hopes to get off to a better start this year. Martin's 2 wins in 1992 might have been overshadowed by the 5 races he didn't finish that ultimately cost him the Winston crown. But with no major off-season moves on the Jack Roush race team, Mark Martin serving notice that after previous near misses, he could be champion if only fate will play its part.
I'm telling you, man, it's all got to do with luck. It's very, very competitive, and there's nothing you can do about getting wrecked when you didn't have anything to do with it, or having broken $2 parts that don't break. Those kind of things you got no control over.
Martin showing at Daytona equaled his performance last season. 6th place matched his finish in the standings. Dale Earnhardt wants nothing to do with his finish last season, and many feel the 5-time champ is poised to return to winning form in 1993. For Earnhardt, the task at hand is to erase memories of last season and put an end to talk that the Richard Childress team is slipping. Make no mistake, the man in black is back, and he's on a mission.
I feel my confidence level's way up, and the team's level of confidence is way up, so this is our year.
Another heartbreaking near miss in the Daytona 500. But victories in the Busch Clash, Gatorade 125, and Goody's 300 serve notice that Earnhardt may be the man to beat. Get used to seeing that green and black Chevrolet that Earnhardt followed to the flag in Daytona. Standing by is the older, more talented, handsomer brother of the Daytona 500 winner, Glenn Jarrett.
Well, I'm glad somebody got that right, even though this guy may not agree with that. I'm still known as Ned Jarrett's boy, or now Dale Jarrett's brother. But great win at Daytona, Dale, but you got to feel like that now the team has gelled. You had a year of inconsistency, but the Interstate Battery seems ready to win more races and the championship.
Well, we'd like to think that. You know, we know that we're capable of winning more races this year, certainly. Are we championship caliber team yet? That's some things that we've got to answer yet, and Rockingham could go a long way in answering those questions. The next 5 or 6 races are very important to us to see if we're in that category yet. We're going to do our best here today, but this is not like Daytona. This is a long, tough race, and we'll just have to see what we can do.
Well, about today, you're starting kind of back in the pack, but how does the car feel? Are you ready for it?
I think that we've got a good car. We didn't ever find anything to make us really go fast, so we have to start back, but we hit on a good setup yesterday afternoon. I believe it's going to be good for the race, good for long runs, and hopefully that's going to play into our hand as the day goes on. You know, we want to win the race, but certainly a good top 5 or top 10 finish.
Well, best of luck to you today, and back upstairs to Mike Joy.
Thanks, Glenn. Those are but 7, and there are many contenders, but only one champion. Alan Kulwicki, the man who won the Cup in 1992, is profiled when we return to the North Carolina Motor Speedway right after this. Pre-race ceremonies are underway in front of this large crowd. The drivers are standing near the stage waiting to be introduced, and in their midst, Randy Pemberton.
Well, Mike, you can be sure that when the introduction of this driver of the number 7 car, is introduced, there will be a resounding applause from the fans for the reigning Winston Cup champion. That's because Alan Kulwicki represents a real hard work story, and Alan Kulwicki is here to show you just why. Last September, after damaging 3 cars in the fall race at Dover, Alan Kulwicki thought his chances at a Winston Cup title were mighty slim.
I didn't quit. I never said I'd give up or anything, but I thought realistically we had probably fallen too many points behind to make it up that late in the season. But we came back from that. The team pulled together really well, and a few other teams, you know, some of the misfortune caught up with them, and we were back in the thick of the points battle.
Kulwicki eventually won the 92 championship at the final race by the narrowest of margins, a carefully calculated 10 points. Such analytical thinking earned Kulwicki the first title by an owner-driver in recent NASCAR history.
I think, if anything, maybe it's given the team and myself maybe a little more inner confidence.
But with the additional responsibilities of holding the Winston Cup title comes sacrifice, and much of what Alan has had to give up is time. Holding the title has meant greater media attention, more public appearances, more press interviews, all in addition to his regular obligations. But this Winston Cup champ is not just the driver. He's the owner, requiring time to plan and think.
It may make for a tougher year. That's going to be probably my biggest challenge this year. It's too early to tell how it's going to turn out. You know, I'm putting as much effort as possible into doing all the media things that are required of me. It's a tough schedule to keep up with, and I mean, I thought it was busy before, but this has made it even more so.
One of the easier appearances was back in his hometown of Greenfield, Wisconsin, outside Milwaukee.
I was really amazed by the reception, by the turnout at that event, and, you know, in a lot of ways, I don't think I'm any different. You know, I don't feel that much different when I go back home, like to Milwaukee, to Greenfield, but the way I'm perceived or the way I'm treated is a lot different. You know, when people look up to you and thousands of people come out and stand in line for 3.5 to 4 hours to get your autograph, I guess it's things like that help you realize what you've really accomplished.
And while it's great to have the adulation of your hometown, when the season starts, even the Winston Cup champion can't rest on his laurels. 1993 is a new and different year.
In some ways, I don't think I'm a lot different as a person, but, you know, I might approach things a little bit different because things aren't as simple as they used to be.
Last year, Allen started his championship drive with a 4th place finish at Daytona. This year, he was in contention, but dropped the cylinder and soldiered on to finish 26th. But as they say, the season is young. And speaking of young, how about Jeff Gordon? 21 years old, winning his qualifying race at Daytona, almost won the race, settled for 5th. But Jeff has clearly established himself as a leader of the pack when it comes to the chase for Rookie of the Year.
We're all going out there and trying to compete with everybody, not just the other rookies.
We all friends, and then when we go to the race cars, we seem like we get real serious.
You know, I think we all have done well in our own right, so there's a chance for us to showcase it.
Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte, and Kenny Wallace are considered the cream of the crop of the Winston Cup class of '93. And each comes to the series with impressive credentials earned in the Busch Grand National Series. Labonte, the 1991 Busch titleist, narrowly missed a repeat crown last year. And battling with him during both championship chases was Wallace. Less consistent, but more spectacular was young Mr. Gordon, who captured 11 poles during 1992 and scored 3 wins. All 3 drivers acknowledged the benefit of the Busch Series.
That's what's so nice about the Busch Grand National Series is that we go to so many of the racetracks. We run with a lot of the Winston Cup competitors. It's a true stepping stone to Winston Cup, and I would have never been where I am today without that experience.
In their first season, each of the rookie contenders will benefit by racing on teams with quality equipment and personnel. As part of the 3-car Rick Hendricks operation, Jeff will have guidance from teammates Ken Schrader and Ricky Rudd, while Kenny will race under the banners of Felix Sabatis' Sapco outfit, with former Darrell Walter crew chief Jeff Hammond calling the shots. For Bobby, his pairing with car owner Bill Davis, also a graduate of the Busch Series, will include veteran crew chief Tim Brewer. But despite the fact that each rookie has race-winning potential, they claim their emphasis will be on learning.
We've got a lot of good people, good crew, you know, good motors, you know, everything it takes. But we just don't have the laps and the experience. So if we can get that and then start worrying about top 15s, top 10s, top 5s, and that #1 spot, I think our goals are just they're gonna change as the year goes on.
I'm out there to learn to race the people like Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace. I can't worry about 2 other people in this rookie race. And, you know, we get about 3/4 way through the season, we'll take a look at this deal and see what's going on.
Well, we're just going to go out there and run every race, just like I have the past 3 years. Just try to do as good as we can, learn as much as we can, and go to the next race.
Well, thanks, Neil Bonnet. Looks like Bobby Labonte's doing just that. He had a top 20 finish at Daytona. He's in the 12th row for today's race at Rockingham. As for Kenny Wallace, he broke a valve spring at Daytona, finished 23rd, and he'll start in the 16th row today. But importantly, both drivers finished on their starting positions ahead of where they started. And all 3 rookies finished ahead of top names such as Kulwicki, Allison, Rudd, Elliott, and Wallace. Driver introductions continue here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway. Pre-race for the Goodwrench 500. We'll be right back. In 1992, there were 4 makes of cars with factory participation in Winston Cup racing, and here today, a Chevy and a Ford share the front row. This year, there are but 3 makes officially involved, and earlier, Neil Bonnet took a look at the new faces that each car will present to the wind this year.
Chevrolet,
Ford and Pontiac. At Daytona Beach, Florida, this was the big controversy, these nose panels on these race cars. A lot of the teams complained that the other teams had an edge on them. Well, if they did, it was up to the manufacturers because NASCAR gives them a set of guidelines on how to build these things, width, height, and angle. The manufacturers design them, the teams bolt them on. Thank goodness we're at Rockingham now where this doesn't enter into it. At 190 miles an hour at Daytona, this better work. But at this place, you better be handling. And to make that work, the driver-crew relationship has to be very well. We told you at the top of the show there's been a lot of changes this year. A lot of it has to do with crew chiefs. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
After a long association with Junior Johnson, Tim Brewer was dismissed as Bill Elliott's crew chief. He soon signed on with Bill Davis' first-year team and rookie Winston Cup driver Bobby Labonte.
And I'm just sitting here to be really fortunate to, come out of one situation and get into another great one. And it's one of those situations coming in, first-year team, young team. You might hit the combination right off the bat. You might struggle for a while, but still yet, we're in it for the long haul. You have to be committed to it. Things are not going exactly the way you'd like for them to be going. You just have to dig down inside yourself and come just a little bit stronger next time.
I feel a lot more comfortable because he has the Winston Cup experience. We were going to be okay, but when he came on board, it sure did make a big difference.
Brewer's departure allowed Junior Johnson to promote from within his two-car team, naming new chiefs to both the Bill Elliott and Hutch Strickland cars.
I was trying to put you might say the harmony in both teams that fit the driver and the chief mechanic.
Mike Bean spent the last 2 seasons as top wrench for Sterling Marlin, Johnson's second-car driver last year. Bean moves to the number 11 car with Bill Elliott, whom he's worked with before.
Mike's done a good job. He worked well with Sterling the last couple of years. He was with me back in 90, and, we got along well together. And so far, things have been going very well.
We kind of picked up where we left off. Junior Heat, he's drilled in our heads, we're a team. We're a big team. We're one big family.
Mike Hill has moved over from crewing the number 11 car to head up the new number 27 car of Hutch Strickland. Hill has been with Junior Johnson for over 12 years, and in both camps, teamwork is the key.
We have a closer rapport between the two teams this year than we've had in the past, and that's something Junior emphasized to us over the winter that would happen, and it is happening now.
He's just really been super with me so far working with, and I really couldn't ask nobody any better right now, and I'm just tickled death to have him.
I felt like the personalities of the two people, Mike fit Bill Elliott better, Mike Hill fit Hutch Strickland better.
The number 17 car was searching for help when Barry Dodson found himself without Derek Coates' car to wrench after Whitcomb Racing closed its doors. Darrell Walker quickly picked up the man who crewed Rusty Wallace to his 1989 Winston Cup championship.
We needed somebody, that could do us a good job at the racetrack on Sundays particularly, and leader of the people and good organizer. And
when a guy like Darrell Walker wants you to be part of his program with a bunch of young, enthusiastic guys that he has there, that they have the desire and the motivation to be winners, it's fun.
And finally, former chief wrench for Harry Gant, Andy Petrie, seized an unexpected opportunity to move to Richard Childress Racing's Dale Earnhardt car when Kirk Shelberdine left the number 3 car to pursue his own racing career.
I want to be on a championship winning team. I mean, that's my goal from the start, and that's, I've gotten close and haven't been there, but I think that this team and crew, everybody, I think we're going to get there.
Andy Petrie's got in there, and he's got the car to work. We've been trying to work ahead and try to get ahead on some of the stuff, and that's what it takes to win the championship.
Well, the sum total of this equation is that Leo Jackson is left without a crew chief. He's been doing double duty as car owner and a crew chief, and how long are you going to keep that up?
Well, we're trying to bring Charlie Presley along, and if things work out, we'll name him crew chief pretty soon.
Has it been tougher on you having to pull double duty, Leo, particularly this week?
Well, it has, because, we had to change from Oldsmobile to Chevrolet, and we don't have it about half of our cars built, and it's been a little tough, yeah.
Okay, best of luck to you today. There are many things the crew chief must concern himself with, and earlier Mike Joy took a look at why passing inspection is tougher than ever.
NASCAR puts every race car through a vigorous inspection before qualifying and each race. You've seen these full-length body templates before, but this year something's new. These and 14 other templates that measure various areas on each race car are now made by Butler-Built, the racing seating people. They supply the templates to NASCAR and copies to the race teams. And I mean exact copies. The edges on these templates are finely honed and given an ice skate-like edge to tell if they've been marred or tampered with. And every template has 3 areas of compliance and this go-no-go gauge. In the green area, your car can miss the template by as much as ½ an inch. The blue area is smaller, and in the most critical of areas, the red, if your car misses the gauge by more than a 1/16 of an inch, it goes out of the inspection line and goes back to be reworked and try again.
And after the race, the top 5 must pass a post-race inspection, and NASCAR reserves the right to check all rear spoiler angles on the entire field. It's tougher to cheat the system now, and that makes for more competitive racing. That's what you're going to see at the Rock today. Stay tuned.
From the North Carolina Motor Speedway, welcome back. We're about set to go racing, but first, it's show and tell time. We've asked each of our commentators with 1 of 30 races in to knock down the driver and line up with the helmet of the driver they'll pick to win the Winston Cup Championship. Where's my pick here, Chuck? Toss that in. This does not belong to the incredible crash test dummies. Bill McCarthy and Bill Simpson had this specially made up for Neil Bonnet to do his test driving with. Note the bullseye and the other odd assorted markings. I'll tell you what, I'm going to hold my pick for last. First, let's go to the veteran race winner, my broadcast colleague, Buddy Baker.
Well, Mike, I think one thing about this year, it's going to be a Ford year. And I'm picking Mark Martin to be the national champion in 1993. Reasons? They've been there before. They've been very close to winning the championship 2 years ago. Steve Meal, crew chief, he's been with him a long time. They've been through campaign after campaign. And here's another reason, Jack Roush, one of the smartest and most dependable engine builders in all of Winston Cup racing. The guy that wears this hat should be the 93 champion. Neil Bonnet, what do you think about that? I'll bet you disagree.
You bet I do, buddy. I'm going with the guy that wears this helmet right here, Dale Earnhardt. After that 12th place finish in points last year, their team was flat on their back, but I've never seen anybody rebound like they are. Earnhardt is more focused than I've ever seen him in a race car. Also, Childress's team is working around the clock, so they're going to get geared up, and I think they can win the championship again this year. Glenn Jarrett's got his own ideas. Let's check with him.
Well, I think you're right, Neil. It's going to be a Dale, but you got the wrong Dale. I think it's going to be Dale Jarrett, driver of the Interstate Battery Chevrolet. But you see this? This is the helmet he's wearing today, Minnesota Vikings. He wears a different one every week. But I want him to win the championship because I want to be his agent, and if he does, that means more money for me.
I think Kyle Petty's going to win the championship. He was the most consistent over the past 15 races in 1992. Petty's going to win it. Not to mention, my brother is his crew chief, and I also have 2 other brothers, Ryan and Roman, on this team. I got to pick Petty. How can you blame me?
You pit guys must think TNN stands for the Nepotism Network. My crystal ball is a little cloudy, but I'll tell you this. When we get to Phoenix, there'll be 3 teams fighting for the championship. One will be Earnhardt. The second team will be a black car. I can't make out that third one, but I think it's a Ford, and that's about as far out on this limb as I'm going to get right now. Yesterday, TNN started its NASCAR coverage for 1993 with the Goodwrench 200 here. For the second race in a row, Mark Martin had a tremendous day and wound up in victory lane. Let's have a look at the rest of our 1993 schedule. Our first of 7 events for Winston Cup drivers commences just minutes from now as Bill Elliott tries to defend his Goodwrench 500 championship. Last year's win represented the first of 4 consecutive victories, which made him the favorite for the Winston Cup throughout most of the season. The next 4 events on our schedule will highlight a variety of racing surfaces designed to test the mettle of Busch Grand National drivers, crews, and machines. The 3/4-mile track at Richmond, Virginia, March 6th. Our first TNN telecast from the 1.5-mile Atlanta Motor Speedway, March 13th. The always unpredictable, tight, tough half-mile at Martinsville, Virginia, March 21st. And the challenge of 1/3-mile bull ring racing at Hickory, North Carolina, April 10th. All those times are Eastern time zone. Then the month of May takes us back to Charlotte, North Carolina, NASCAR at night. The best of the best compete for the Winston with its $200,000 to the winner payoff. Last year saw one of the wildest finishes of recent memory, as first Dale Earnhardt lost the lead on the final lap to Kyle Petty coming off the corner. Petty was then ambushed by a charging Davey Allison. They touched just short of the flag and crashed down into turn one with Allison the winner. This year's Moonlight Madness takes place on May 22nd and promises just as much excitement. The very next day, we're up in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, as the Busch Grand National guys tackle that D-shaped mile oval. Then we travel to Dover, Delaware, June 5th. The Monster Mile will be tackled by the Busch drivers, the toughest track on their circuit. That Saturday race is the opening act of a NASCAR doubleheader weekend, as we'll then present the Winston Cup Budweiser 500 on Sunday. Last year, Harry Gant proved that at 52 years old, he was still tougher than the Monster. The rematch is set for June 6th. No one doubts Gant's ability to win again. The Busch drivers then show TNN some half-mile competition, road racing, and 1 mile flat tracking. They go to Myrtle Beach on June 12th, to the road race course at Watkins Glen, New York, June 26th. And our first trip to the Milwaukee Mile is July 4th. July 10th heralds the opening of another all-NASCAR weekend from Loudon, New Hampshire, the Auto Palace Slick 50 150. Then on July 11th, TNN proudly presents the inaugural running of the Winston Cup New Hampshire 300. New England fans have waited a long time for that day, and we're really excited to be a part of it. The Busch drivers will then perform for your viewing pleasure at Talladega's enormous Tri-Oval, July 24th. Then the Busch Grand National Gang visits Loudon on August 22nd, before returning to Richmond on September 10th. And back into the jaws of the Monster, September 18th at Dover. September 19th, the Winston Cup Tour falls into the clutches of Dover Downs International Speedway as we bring you the Peak Antifreeze 500. Ricky Rudd scored his only 1992 win there last year. It was, as usual in Dover, a crash-filled event, and it'll be interesting to watch Rudd attempt to avoid the flying sheet metal as he defends his title. Center stage then reverts to the Busch Series. First, Martinsville, Virginia, October 17th. Back here at the Rock on October 23rd. Then on October 24th, we'll be getting close to declaring a Winston Cup champion as we bring you the second Rockingham event of the year. Kyle Petty has staked this track out as his own turf, and his domination here is starting to raise more than a few worried eyebrows. The question then will be, can the other teams figure out Petty's North Carolina magic? The very next Sunday, we'll find TNN's cameras in Phoenix, Arizona as the championship heads down the final stretch. Just as Kyle's dominated Rockingham, Davey Allison last year ruled this semi-banked oval, and the way things have worked out, the last 2 years might indicate we could see a champion crowned there October 31st. And finally, we will see a champion crowned at Hickory, North Carolina, as the Busch Grand National Tour concludes its season November 7th. Quite a year. 7 Winston Cup races, 17 Busch Grand National events, and 1 NASCAR North, all live, all on TNN. The most extensive NASCAR schedule on any network in '93. We're not done. The Nashville Network proudly announces that starting next year, the June Winston Cup race from Pocono, Pennsylvania will be added to our schedule. The Champion Sparkplug 500 comes to TNN in 1994. The Nashville Network's exclusive live coverage of the Goodwrench 500 is brought to you by cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft and Miller Genuine Draft Light, taking the country by storm. By Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. By Goodyear, #1 in tires. And by the Heartbeat of America, Chevrolet, and your local Chevy dealer.
Well, you've already met this guy on the pole. That's Mark Martin, driver of car number 6. He's ready to roll here at Rockingham. We're going to talk to the guy on the outside pole now, and that's driver of car number 4, the Kodak Chevrolet of Ernie Irvin. Ernie finished second here last fall. You got to feel like you're ready to win at this place now.
Well, yeah, I'm ready to, but, you know, it's a long day, and it's a real tough one on our drivers and, you know, everybody in the pit. So, you know, but we're here, and we're ready. The car's driving good, and I want to say one thing. I want Jim Covey, he's probably watching up in Michigan, and we want him to get well and get back to the races with us.
Okay, best of luck to you out there today, Ernie. Now let's go to my colleague, Randy Pemberton.
Well, Ted Musgrave is qualified in the 5th position here today. You would think that he would be a little bit nervous behind Bill Elliott and in front of Dale Earnhardt, but the kid's got ice water in his veins. Not nervous at all. Can you pick up your first win ever here?
Well, I don't know about that. The car is running real good. You know, Jasper built us a good motor for qualifying. The race motor is real strong, too, and the chassis is working good. You know, Sandy and I figured out, we think we got a pretty good setup. I don't know if we can catch Kyle, but it's going to be a good race car. You know, with US Air on board, and they're giving us a little help behind the scenes, and I think the team's really coming together this year.
He's ready, Mike. Upstairs to you.
He is a modest but very talented driver, Randy. There's Kyle Petty, who was looking for what would have been a track record 6th straight pole here, was disappointed in the one round of qualifying they had, and will start 11th. David Pearson has the record for consecutive NASCAR poles, 11 in a row at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Buddy Baker won the one before that streak, and Neil Bonnet the one right after. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Rockingham. You're looking at the tail end of the field, a place you would not normally see Davey Allison in the Haviland Star for Thunderbird, but that's exactly where he is. Today he starts 39th. Davey had a little problem in qualifying. Have you got it corrected, and can you go to the front?
Well, Randy, I hope so. You know, we found a bad wiring harness yesterday. The engine just shut off while we're out there qualifying. So we're going to have to start back here at the back today, but we're going to do the best we can. And in the meantime, I'd like to say hi to Liz, Kristen, Robbie, and my mom and grandmother who are all at home watching today. Just keep your fingers crossed for us. We're going to do the best we can.
There's got to be some concerns starting way back here. Glenn Jarrett?
Well, one of the most dramatic moments at Daytona involved this man, Derek Cope, who tangled with Rusty Wallace, who ironically starts next to him today. Wallace's car was totally destroyed, and Rusty is Mike Joyce's subject for today's Haviland Update.
2 weeks ago in the Daytona 500, Rusty Wallace took one of racing's ultimate E-ticket rides. And as that car finally came to rest on the backstretch at Daytona, you called in and said you were okay.
I was okay. I couldn't hardly believe it, but I was.
The safety systems in that car, what have you got in there that really helped you?
We had a lot of new things in the car, a roll bar on top of the roof, an extra one, side supports that really kept my legs intact, and probably the key thing, the helmet.
The Snell Foundation said your helmet, similar to this one, took 3 separate impacts.
Well, it probably took a lot of hard impacts. I know I used to wear an open-face helmet, and Roger Penske and Bill Simpson talked me into wearing this helmet a couple years ago, and it took so many impacts in the lens area that if I wouldn't have had a full-face helmet, it'd probably put my eyes out.
Rusty Wallace lined up for today's Goodwrench 500 just 2 weeks after that horrifying crash at Daytona, from which he emerged unscathed. Let's have a look at the starting lineup for today's Goodwrench 500. Here's the diehard starting grid. Mark Martin's 19th career pole. Ernie Irvin, you met outside, finished second here in October. Bill Elliott won this race last year. Rick Mass qualified 4th. 5th is Ted Musgrave, his best ever Winston Cup start. Brett Bodine shares the 3rd row with him. Dale Earnhardt won this race in '87, and Hut Strickland finished 4th at Daytona this year. Derek Cope, new sponsor on the Cale Yarborough car, and Rusty Wallace in the 5th row. Kyle Petty, who's won half of the last 6 races here, with Ricky Rudd in row 6. Kenny Schrader, second here 2 years ago. Jeff Bodine finished 3rd at Daytona. Rick Wilson in the Richard Petty car, and Morgan Shepherd for the famed Wood brothers. Row 9, a new team this year for Phil Parsons and for Bobby Hillen. He's with Junie Donlevy's team. Sterling Marlin makes his 250th career start here today, and Alan Kulwicki, the defending Winston Cup champ, in row 10. Row 11, 2-time Rockingham winner Terry Labonte, and Dale Jarrett coming off his Daytona 500 win. Bobby Hamilton's best finish came here 2 years ago. Bobby Labonte, one of the rookies. In row 13, there's Jimmy Spencer on the inside, and Harry Gaddis, 5 second-place finishes here. Darrell Waltrip has 4 wins at the Rock, and impressive rookie Jeff Gordon. In row 15, Wally Dallenbach makes his 3rd Rockingham start, along with Michael Waltrip. Dick Trickle is in the Raymock Ford. Kenny Wallace, one of that great rookie crop. Ed Ferree makes his 2nd Winston Cup start, and Jimmy Hensley will start Jimmy Means' car. John Chapman in his 1st Winston Cup race today. Mike Potter makes his 9th Rockingham start. Newcomer Jerry Hill from Maryland. Veteran James Hilton, former Talladega winner. And qualifying problems for Davey Allison and Dave Marcus. They will share the 20th row, though neither had to use a provisional start to get in the field.
For the most dramatic moment in all professional sports, the Grand Marshal for today's event, the Vice President of Love Automotive in Columbia, South Carolina, Mr. Mike Love. Gentlemen, start your engines.
And the fire engine. Obviously a man who grew up listening to Ray Melton. Today at the Rock, greatly improved over Thursday, Friday, and Saturday's weather. It is still brisk and chilly. There's a look at the weather radar. It paints a very clear picture of the area surrounding Rockingham, North Carolina. 40 degrees, but with the wind chill, it's more like 30 here. Humidity right around 50%. That breeze, though, makes it feel so much colder. The sun will be out. That'll help a bit. It's going to be a chilly day on pit road. Perhaps not so much in those race cars. The engines are fired. We're getting ready to start racing at the Rock, live on TNN, right after this. Here at the North Carolina Motor Speedway, they're taking a few extra minutes on pit road to warm the engines before they send them off on the pace lap. We're talking, you can see the angle on some of these rear spoilers, or blades, as the kids call them in the garage area now. Neil?
Mike, when we were at Daytona Beach, NASCAR dictated what angle they were on, 45 degrees. If you'll look, these things are almost 90 degrees. At this racetrack, they stand them straight up, trying to shove the rear wheels in the ground. They need all the bite they can get, so if you can forget trying to get away with that minimum, they won't maximum at this place.
And the spoiler on Mark Martin's car is just about vertical, the car that sits on the pole today. NASCAR official talking with Ernie Irvin, looking at the temperatures on the gauges to see how long they'll sit there. Let's give you a look at the cars that will carry our cameras today. See that roof cam mounted on the top front center of the roof of Mark Martin's car. He'll be showing us pictures from inside from the 360-degree tilt pan view race cam. There it is over Mark's shoulder. Also, Mark will have that roof cam showing you what he sees as he goes around the mile speedway here. And last October, TNN debuted suspension cam. Mark had a wild brush with the wall that we carried all the way around the track into the pits where they surveyed the damage, and you did too, live on TNN. The Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac of Rusty Wallace will also be carrying our TNN cameras today. Like Mark Martin, Wallace will have an in-car. We say tilt and pan, it tilts up and down and pans right to left. That's TV lingo. And also we'll have this look out the rear window, what Rusty sees in the mirror of his race car behind him. Our third in-car camera will be the Keystone Beer Ford of Wally Dallenbach, the former SCCA Trans Am champ. In his second year for the Jack Roush team, there's the 360-degree race cam. You see the extension on that seat. Gear shift vibrating just a bit. Dallenbach will also have the front bumper cam. You see that straightaway is angled 9 degrees. Now he comes up onto it from the track apron. And here's a look at Wally as he gets ready to go to work today. The North Carolina Motor Speedway is just over a mile as NASCAR measures it, so the 500 miles will take 492 laps today. The backstretch is straight, but that front stretch is D-shaped. More on that in a moment. Turns 1 and 2, 22 degrees. Turns 3 and 4, 25 degrees. 9-degree bank in the straightaway.
One of the key things here to think about too, Mike, is they have front and back straightaway pit areas. So the guys on the back are really going to have to hustle to maintain their good positioning.
We'll be back with the start of the Goodwrench 500 after this. The Pontiac Trans Am safety car takes them up into turn 3 at 55 miles an hour. That's the pit road speed limit today. Pace car has dropped in. Mark Martin in a Ford, Ernie Irvin in a Chevrolet will bring them down for the start. Of the top 6 cars, 5 are Fords in qualifying. Rick Mass may have missed a gear on the start. They're going to fan out around him as they head off into turn 1. It is Martin, Irvin. As they round off the corner, Bill Elliott. Nice start for Ted Musgrave. He is 4th. The man in black, Earnhardt, is 5th.
You know, Rick Mast had to have a little sigh of relief when nobody tagged him in Atlanta. He was on the pole there and got spun out on the first lap, so we're glad that he made it through that first corner, and he's up to speed now.
Davey Allison's picked up 5 positions from the back of the field in these early laps. Kyle Petty started this race in 11th spot, running 10th. Ricky Rudd moving up on the bottom right behind him. Ernie Irvin takes the lead. Mark Martin led but 1 lap. Gets him his 5 bonus points. and he drops into second behind Irvin.
We're seeing the same thing that we've seen yesterday. The bottom groove seems to be the fastest way around right now. They will eventually get an upper groove, but right now the bottom is so much faster. Mark's seen him make a move underneath, and he just fell back fast.
Front 10 cars are single file. Make that front 12. 10 cars in the lead draft, and a little bit of a gap.
One thing that makes it a little tricky, these first few laps, these tires are so cold, and the track is so cold, they're designed to operate at 250 degrees tire temperature, and right now for a few laps, it's going to take a while to get that up to where the cars really feel stable to the drivers.
Kyle Petty up to 90 underneath Derek Cole. That car outside of Petty, the new Bojangles colors for the Cale Yarborough team. That number 98 is new. They've got a value menu at 98 cents. Cale said in the press conference yesterday he'd do anything to get this team a big sponsor, but he said he would only wear the chicken suit every other race. Shades of Stroker race. Watching from Rusty Wallace's car, that's Kyle Petty just behind, and then Derek Cope. That Cope car is black today. It'll be yellow the rest of the season.
As we're watching Kyle Petty, I think everybody in the garage said what happened when he qualified. And I think every time we interview a driver, they say, we'll have to see if we can keep up with Kyle. The guy qualified in the middle of the pack, and everybody's still concerned that he is the man to beat today.
Kyle Petty in ninth. Davey Allison's in the midst of that pack. There he is, just behind Kenny Wallace in the Dirt Devil car. He is 32nd. Started this race back in 39th, picking his way through in what many feel was a much faster car than he showed even in practice.
Well, Neil talked to Davey earlier before the race started today, and he said he was having a little bit of trouble getting this car dialed in, but it looks like it's doing pretty well now, Neil.
Yeah, they said they changed a lot of stuff this morning in practice yesterday afternoon. They wasn't satisfied, but made changes this morning, maybe to come to them.
Dale Jarrett on the outside, tracking Morgan Shepherd in the Wood Brothers Sitco car, the 21. That's Bobby Hillen in the new Heilig Myers Furniture colors, number 90. Underneath, he's going to move up a bit, maybe drag Jimmy Spencer with him on that bottom groove.
Yeah, it looked like Jarrett thought about going 3 wide between them. Couldn't quite get in there.
I think it's a little early for all that kind of action. I think everybody right now needs to worry about getting their car dialed in on the first pit stop and going racing.
Jeff Gordon up there on the high side, just out of view on the right side of your screen, the rookie. And that battle continues. Jarrett now clears Shepherd. And that opens the door for Darrell Waltrip in the Western Auto car and the Kellogg's car of Terry Labonte.
You know, when you see these drivers move to the outside, that inside lane is so much better. They usually go on by them. On the big tracks, the draft is the effect that puts you back there. On these small tracks, just the grip on the track in the bottom is a big difference. So if you move the outside, you're going back a little bit.
Three Fords battle for 15th spot. Jeff Bodine, Alan Kulwicki, Sterling Marlin. There's Hut Strickland just ahead. And Harry Gant moves up a notch on the bottom. Right there. Going past Morgan Shepherd. Mike Waltrip moving in. Bobby Hamilton. And Shepherd's car backing up a bit through the field. Alan Kulwicki on the charge. Picked off a spot there. Put Jeff Bodine back 2 places. Kulwicki moves up to 15th.
Jimmy Spencer down on the inside of Ricky Rudd. Took the line away from him. We'll probably see Jarrett make that same pass. Once you get a guy out there, you try to get the nose in, make him stay.
Kyle Petty and Rusty Wallace. 8th place at stake there.
The one thing you got to remember that he run this pack down from about 50 yards back, and he's on a steady move now towards the front. Talking about Kyle Petty.
In the past, his car has had the ability, the longer it runs, the better it gets here. If that's the case, Kyle will be able to work his way to the front.
Here's the front. Ernie Irvin, Mark Martin, Bill Elliott. These 3 cars jumped out to a bit of a lead.
We saw Morgan Shepherd a little high a while ago. They got a call on the radio. He's real loose, so he's going to have to make an adjustment.
Ted Musgrave running in 4th. Earnhardt is 5th. Rick Mast has settled in at 6th. Brett Bodine is 7th. Wallace is 8th. Petty is 9th. And Kenny Schrader has the 10th spot. We're just 13 laps in.
Here's Mark Martin beginning to reel the 4 car back in. When the race first started, he pulled away from Mark. And we see right out the front windshield with Mark out over the hood. We see that he is reeling Ernie Irvin in.
closing ground. He had by far the fastest car here yesterday in the Worcester National Goodwrench 200.
You know, I think Mark Martin has a certain knack about himself, setting his car up never to be loose the first part of the race. He always, the track comes to him, and as it goes along, you notice this car is really dominant now. And we've seen this in the race yesterday, so it's not just the car, it's what he knows to do to the car to get it ready for a race.
He knows how to get it back up front. Martin at lap 15 goes back to the lead.
Mark Martin has actually got so much rear spoiler, we couldn't even see the car behind him.
No.
We talked before the race, his spoiler standing straight up and down. See the little blue area right above the black in the rear of the car there? That's his rear spoiler. He's on 90 degrees. You can't even see the car behind him. It's so tall.
The car is Ernie Irvin. Bill Elliott is now tacked onto Irvin's rear deck lid. You know, and Musgrave's closing in.
And then we're seeing a lot of Fords up front at Daytona. We heard the deal, boy, Chevrolet, Ford hadn't got a chance. Then we come to the next race. Here's Ford, really, really strong. It's unique how everybody starts hollering about one guy being fast. NASCAR races usually levels out, and all the guys are pretty close, and we're seeing that.
Harry Gant had been passing cars at will on the bottom side. Now he's up top. Started 26th, is running 23rd, just ahead of Bobby Hillen. And Derek Pope got way up and almost slapped the wall between 3 and 4 a lap ago.
There's Gant, Mike, right up there where you talk about. But the other two lines up there belong to Gant. He'll run up there and nobody else will.
That's like the diamond lane. It's the commuter lane. It's only for Harry Gant.
I'm a little bit afraid when they start going high this early that the car is really not handling well, and he's hunting a place on the racetrack for it to stick. And plus, he's wearing his tires a lot quicker because there's no rubber on the top side of the racetrack.
Watch him dive in there real hard. When you go in the outside, you can drive in a little bit harder, and then you actually take the lane away from the guy coming off this corner. Waltrip saw him up there and had to move to the inside, so Gant takes the lane away from him.
Gant takes the position.
Look at Waltrip. It didn't take him long to decide he wanted to go up there where Gant was if he got by him that easily.
This battle, Jimmy Spencer, new sponsor on the Allison car this year, Meineke mufflers, two colors, black and yellow. 17th position, fighting with Dale Jarrett, and here comes Gant.
It works to Gant's advantage to do this. You see everybody driving in that lower lane. Harry doesn't have to run in there and get on the brakes and stop for him. He lets the car really roll on through the corner. You just got to be careful, like right there. You got to make sure the other driver knows you're on the outside coming off that corner so he doesn't pin you on the wall.
You know, the other thing that works in his favor too, Neil, is these guys see him running well up there, and they go up there and they set down a groove up high.
And that helps everybody that runs up there. Here's a couple guys down low. 7th place, Brett Bodine, the Quaker State Ford of Kenny Bernstein. Kyle Petty.
He did get around the 2-car. Rusty Wallace and Nance working on Bodine.
Kyle Petty started 11th. He's now running up at 7th spot.
I might have to eat my words, but you see this little green 42 car right here. He'll wear that inside lane out all day. His car runs right around the white line. If he can pass them there, he will. Very seldom you see that car go high on this racetrack.
Yeah, he runs 500 miles here. Everybody else runs about 508. Ricky Ruck started 12th. He has slid back to 35th position. We'll get a check from the 5 pits here. At 12th place, Alan Kulwicki continuing to move up. Bill Parsons. Again, a new sponsor for the Larry Hedrick car, Manheim Auctions this year. A lot of new colors, new faces. You folks are going to need some new T-shirts and gear this year to follow your favorite driver most likely. Bill Parsons started 17th. He's come up to 11th spot. Having a good run in the early laps. That's Sterling Marlin in the Ray Bestis car. This Tavola car with him.
There's Gant just clicking right on along. He's ran down Dale Jarrett. Going right around him on the top of the racetrack.
That's 17th position.
Look like Jeff Bodine right up in front. Watch what a run. He gets us to run off the corner, buddy, when he does that.
I think what's happened, though, is I think the 33 car is really dialed in pretty good because he a while ago passed 3 cars on the very bottom, so it's just not the top groove. That car is running pretty well, too.
Kyle Petty's completed the pass on Brett Bodine. I believe I said 7th earlier. That will move him into 7th place. Bodine is 8th. Rusty Wallace is 9th. Kenny Schrader still 10th. Bill Parsons 11th. Alan Kulwicki 12th. Then Sterling Marlin, Derek Cope, and Hut Strickland, the top 15. 25 laps in.
This is Rusty Wallace coming in on Brett Bodine. Rusty fell back whenever Kyle got by him, moved him back a little bit, but now he's reeling Bodine in.
Talked to Rusty at length yesterday. For a guy who cartwheeled down the backstretch 2 weeks ago, he looked and felt in pretty good shape. Our TNN viewer call-in line is operative today. We want you to be a part of our telecast. If you have a question about how this race is going or about the new NASCAR season, call us toll-free at 1-800-451-7331. Your call will be relayed to us. That line will be open all during today's telecast. What questions we can't use will be passed on to our sister show, Race Day, and Inside Winston Cup Racing here on TNN. So give us a ring. Alan Kulwicki, this is at 11th spot with Sterling Marlin and Jimmy Spencer. Derek Cope.
Mike, you made the call a while ago that the 5 car, Ricky Rudd, was falling back. We just picked up a radio call and said he's got a tire going flat, so he's going to nurse that thing along.
Tough break for Rudd, who had an early out or a long stay in the behind pit wall in the Daytona 500. When the drive line came out of the car. Up at third place, good tussle going on, and a name I think you'll be seeing a lot of this year, Ted Musgrave, in that US Air Jasper Engines Ford.
Mike, I think a lot of people questioned Musgrave when he was questioned about being the replacement for Richard Petty's car, the driver for that car, and he felt like this team had the strength to really come along and assert itself, and we're seeing that. Looks like he made a good call. No doubt the Petty car is good, but it looks like they're going to get this 55 car where it can run up front.
You know, and right after he declined the Petty ride, Buddy Parrott left that team as crew chief, and a lot of folks thought, oops, that's it. But it wasn't. They've done a good job the rest of last season and off to a good start this year.
That's a pretty impressive group out there with Bill Elliott leading and Musgrave's right there and Earnhardt breathing right down his neck and coming in as Rick Mast. I mean, that's a good group of cars there. This is going to be a real tight fought battle all the way through, it looks like.
Bill Elliott looking to rebound from tough luck at Daytona, a tough start to the season. Ted Musgrave had a great qualifying effort and a good run here. Very little practice time, only one round of qualifying, with some surprises through the field. It's playing out. Rusty Wallace under Brett Bodine makes the pass. Moves Rusty back up into 8th place. Is it good therapy for a driver after a flip like he had to hop back in a race car and get a little more exercise?
I think mentally and physically it is, Mike. You know, mentally you want to get in there and get back into things and say, hey, this thing didn't bother me, I want to go back racing. And physically, there's no kind of exercise or any kind of stuff you can do that simulates what it's like in that car other than get in there and do it and loosen up those same muscles. And Rusty's in plenty good shape.
Well, Rusty is in great shape, and I'll tell you one thing. The faster you get back on the horse that threw you, the better off you are, believe me.
Good point. That's Brett Bodine right behind Rusty. Brett's brother Todd had quite a tumble in yesterday's Busch Grand National race. He is okay, and we'll update that story for you later today. There's that battle for 8th continuing. Brett Bodine's going to look right back under Rusty. Figured they weren't that fast. The 2 cars that way, he'd try the bottom. Rusty's having none of it.
Mike, just prior to that, the 55 car, the Musgrave was all the way up under Bill Elliott, getting in the 3rd corner, and he backed out and let him go. We see him getting stacked up a little bit here. He's making a good run at him up off that corner.
Meanwhile, Bodine goes right back after Wallace. But now, can he clear him going into the corner this time? Rusty Stout getting into that corner. Well, if Brett got any closer, we'd need a wider lens there. Is this a little what have you got and what do I need going on here? Or
Mike, I'm not so sure. They're already doing all they can and all they're not. He's trying to take that line away from him. This is the first run, and until they make that first pit stop and make today's adjustments, they set them up yesterday. When this car tells them what it wants, when they make that first pit stop, they can dial them in. But right now, one guy's getting better, one's getting worse.
This race is about 6 seconds behind the lead battle, and it's for 8th place. Let's go back up to 3rd place. Make that 2nd place on back. Ernie Irvin's been caught by Elliott and Musgrave. Earnhardt right with him.
If you look right at the edge of that last picture we're looking at there, Kyle Petty's crept up into that group now. He's caught the 2nd place car in that one group there, and he's steady on the move now.
There's Kyle, top of your screen, 7th place, right behind Rick Mast in the Skoll car. That's quite a pack.
Neil, that's a lot of fun when you have a race car that you can drive up on a group like that. When everybody's running as fast as they possibly can, you can run them down from 100 yards back. That makes you feel very confident going into your pit stops.
You know, I think everybody in the garage felt like, well, Kyle, they just missed on their qualifying deal. You always do stuff a little different to qualify than you do in the race, but I think everybody felt like the race conditions, Kyle would be the guy to beat.
There's Ricky Rudd and Bobby Labonte. They've each gone a lap down, and now that they've been lapped, they were hoping to catch a caution. But now that they've been lapped, likely we'll see Ricky on pit road.
Yeah, they said Rudd's tire's going down, and he was just going to wait until he got lapped, I'm sure. And since he has been lapped, he'll probably dive in and get him some tires.
That has tightened up that pack out of turn 2, lapping past Bobby Labonte and Ricky Rudd. Here is Earnhardt. He took advantage, moving up on Ricky Rudd to pass Ted Musgrave. And there's Earnhardt after Elliott. 3rd place.
Neil, I believe this is the best handle Earnhardt's had on this racetrack in 3 or 4 years now. I hadn't seen him run this consistently good at the very first of the race on radial tires.
Buddy, they did a good bit of testing last Wednesday and Thursday up here, and they said they had the car better than they've ever had at this racetrack, and it looks like it. Dale, this has not been one of their better racetracks, like you say, and for him to be this good early, it's probably going to be a lot better finish for him if the thing runs all day.
Ricky Rudd on pit road. Glenn Jarrett is there.
And Ricky Rudd brings the Todd Chevrolet in. They go to the right side. As you said, Mike, this is definitely an unscheduled pit stop. They waited as long as they could, hoping to catch a caution, but once they got lapped, thought they might as well bring him in and get it done. They are going to change the left side tires. A little mix up there. It's going to take a little longer than they would have liked, but they've got the left side up. The tires are going on. They're making a chassis adjustment, too, to the right rear of the car, so evidently they're trying all stops right now, ruts down and away.
Ricky Rudd goes a lap down. Historically at that track, at this track, that's not been a large problem. Fred Lorenzen won here in 1966 by 4 laps over the 2nd place car. That hasn't happened in a while, but Rudd's by no means out of this. Mark Martin at the front of the field, 43 laps complete. Here's a look at the top 10. Green flag racing continues at Rockingham. Right after this word. TNN Motorsports exclusive coverage of the Goodwrench 500s is brought to you by Napa, because there are no unimportant parts. Mark Martin owns a 2.5-second lead over this snarling pack of cars, which got stacked up a little bit, lapping past Dave Marcus. There's Kenny Wallace up on the high side. He and Bobby Labonte, among the rookie contenders, have gone a lap down. Elliott, trying to clear him, is now the 3rd place car. Earnhardt is up to 2nd behind Mark Martin. And this group from 3rd on back.
And if you notice, Kyle Petty's already in the 5th, and he's making a move right now to better his position.
Rusty Wallace in 11th spot. Alan Kulwicki upright with him.
Mike, we're hearing the call on the radios. All the drivers are calling saying the tires are going away. In practice, about 10 or 15 laps on these tires, and they'd fall off 0.3 of a second. This is the longest run they've had to run on this thing. They didn't get that much practice and everything, so now the drivers saying the tires are really going away. They're wearing, so a lot of guys are falling back.
Harry Gant's in that pack. You see behind Rusty is Alan Kulwicki. Then the green car is Dale Jarrett. Right behind Jarrett is Gant. There's Harry on the high side. We move back up to this battle for 3rd place. Ted Musgrave underneath Bill Elliott for 3rd. Here's Glenn.
Well, Mike, they finally did find a problem on Rudd's car. The left rear tire had equalized. They were really concerned. They couldn't find anything wrong. Oddly enough, crewmen from every other car around here were coming over to look at those tires. There is a little bit of problem. The tire's going away, but Rudd's problem has been found. For further, let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Well, Davey Allison is certainly complaining of a loose race car. He is now about 7 seconds with it being lapped. Here's what they're going to do if they catch a caution or on their first pit stop. They're going to take this rubber and stick it in the right front spring. This would wedge in there, and what that is going to do is change the spring rate, and hopefully that will help get the looseness out of the race car. Davey Allison is complaining terribly about it, but they're just going to have to wait to bring it in. They cannot afford to stop right now.
Hold your breath.
Randy, that's what we're hearing from everybody over. We pick up the radios on these cars. They're all saying, man, I'm slipping, I'm sliding. But some of them are having a lot of trouble, and some of them are still trucking right along.
I think this is more chassis related than it is tire problem, Neil, because the 42 car is just on a steady run towards the front. He's already up to third now. Kyle Petty's not complaining. I guarantee you Mark Martin isn't, and Dale Earnhardt's flying. So these guys are happy, and the ones running back a little ways are complaining about tires, but I think it's more chassis.
This all translates to the weather. The teams have had such little practice time and time to set up these cars here that they had to guess at the setup this morning. Now, Ricky Rudd has a different setup. You saw the chassis change they made on his car on the pit stop and new tires. Look at how quickly he's reeling in race traffic. He went out and just started clicking cars off with those new tires. That's Jerry O'Neill he's going by here.
Mike, even in practice yesterday afternoon, the last practice, if you went out with fresh tires on, you'd just fly. And everybody said, man, he's quick. You go out with old tires, you can't run a lick. So just the fresher they are, the better these guys are going to run.
So Rudd moving back up. Mark Martin, there's your race leader. When we came back from commercial, he had a 2.5-second lead on Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt has now closed that down to 1.7 seconds. First to second. There's Martin. As he heads off into turn number 3. And here's Earnhardt. There's the separation. Earnhardt's closing it up.
I think the key, though, Mike, did you see where Earnhardt came off that corner in the bottom of the racetrack? If people will remember back, it's been hard for Dale to get a car that would run in the bottom of this racetrack. That was their concentration, get the car to work in the bottom, and he's been able to do it today, and it's paying off for him. He used to run real high or the middle of the track. He's got it in the bottom, and he's gaining on the 6th car.
Look just to the right of the windshield of Rusty Wallace. Dale Jarrett has come up to 12th place here. And he started pretty well back in the field, 22nd position. He's gained 10 spots. Still coming up there in the Harry Gant crew.
Neil, if we ever figure out how to keep them on fresh tires all the way through a full pit stop, we'll have a winner, won't we?
Yes, sir. There's no way to do it. They got to wrestle them, anybody. That's what they pay you for. If they drive perfect, anybody can drive them. When they get like this, that's where you guys that's got a good feel with the car. Let them slide, but let them go fast. So the guys are really working hard with their cars right now.
Rick Wilson has made a green flag pit stop for 4 fresh tires. Kyle Petty has moved up to 3rd. And Ernie Irvin comes to pit road. Irvin, who had been up amongst the leaders in the Morgan McClure Kodak Chevrolet. Tony Glover and team ready to go to work. Glenn is there.
And Ernie Irvin brings the number 4 Chevrolet into the pits. They also have tire problems. This is really early. I can't believe these cars can only go 40, 50, 60 laps on a set of tires, but that's the case right now. The tires don't seem to be worn that badly. They're just not working. And boy, Tony Glover, the crew chief, or no, one of the guys really jacked some wedge into that car. So like Neil says, they're really loose. They're all complaining, so they're having to take steps early.
I think everybody went to school on Ricky Rudd's pit stop and the improvement that it made on his car.
When the 4-car pit, it was on lap 60, and that's about halfway as far as they need to go on fuel run anybody.
But the deal is, everybody's trying to run the very bottom of the racetrack where they're making the best time, and you can't run a loose race car around the bottom, so you have to have enough bite in the car.
The 2 Jack Roush cars running nose to tail here. You're watching from the Keystone car of Wally Dallenbach. Looking up ahead at his Roush stablemate, Mark Martin.
That was a good example of what I'm talking about. That car coming off the corner there, you seen his hands go back and forth real quick. That means the back end flew out on him coming off the corner.
Earnhardt underneath, second place car. And you see that little wiggle that Dallenbach gives the steering wheel to straighten things out. Bumper cam.
And that's right in front of Earnhardt is Mark Martin. He's trying to get around Mark Martin for the lead right now. They're behind the 30 car. Boy, Mark must have really fell off the pace of the 30, held him up because Earnhardt's run him down in a hurry.
That's how Wally Dallenbach sees it. Earnhardt up on the high side. That's where Waltrip goes to give the leaders the bottom. Hello.
Whoa, is that a move? That car is working, man.
Black is back.
I'm going to tell you something else. You can't get it any more real looking than that last shot was. That made me sweat a little bit.
Now, that's the tough way around the outside, but he was able to do it.
Dallenbach passed Michael Waltrip for position as well. And Dale Earnhardt will come around to lead the first lap of Winston Cup competition at Rockingham that he has led since March of 1990.
That's a pretty good indication of how much they've been off at this racetrack and what improvement they've made in their testing the last week or so.
He's being awful naive, and he knows he does a lot of testing with the shoulder front. He's not patting himself on the back. He's made pretty good race cars for these guys lately.
I'll tell you what, look at Mark's car. You can see it, buddy. You know, we saw the Dallenbach car jump out a little bit. It looked like Mark had a little bit of tick to that.
Right there.
That car jump off the corner. When it does it, you got to roll out of the throttle and turn right, and that's where he's losing some ground.
Let's stay with this shot for a minute. You saw the backstretch, that straightaway. Look at the difference in the front straightaway here as they come off turn 4 and they have to deal with that D-shaped racetrack here. Straightaway, little dog leg, straightaway, little dog leg.
Yeah, but you got a little more racing room on the front straightaway. You'll watch this thing. Right about now, you'll see it zip over.
Maybe it's a curve away to the straightaway on the front.
Curve away.
Here we go.
The right front of Mark Martin's car. He heads up into the banking at turn number 3. See the spring compression.
A lot softer springs run on a racetrack this size. See, look how much travel's involved. That's probably anywhere from a 14 to 1,700 pound right front spring. Look, the sparks flew off the brakes when he applied the brake entering in the corner there. But there's a lot of travel on this size racetrack. See sparks every time he touches the brake, just eases on the brake, you see a little bit of spark fly off the top of that right front wheel.
And here he goes into 3. You see that spring compressed.
You know, that's the first time I've seen a spring compressed all the way down. It's bottoming out just at the very top loop up there. Watch it right here, Neil. It'll go right up against the other piece of metal, see?
Look at the sparks come off the brake going that corner. That's a shot now. The spring while ago when Randy was showing us that little rubber piece to help improve the handling of the car, and those coils right there, that rubber will shove in that coil, and in turn it will make that spring rate a lot stiffer. It'll stop it from moving so much, and it really tightens that car up. That's what a lot of the drivers are wanting, to be able to get in there and fix that right front spring. This is the most critical spring on the car, and this is the one they'll work on.
Mark Martin now trailing Dale Earnhardt, who leads this race at 69 laps. Kyle Petty is in the 3rd position. Ted Musgrave is 4th, and Rick Mast, having a good run here, is 5th. Kyle Petty running in the 3rd position after starting 11th. His car owner, Felix Sabates, now has a 2-car team in Winston Cup racing. What's Felix's prognosis for Kyle and Kenny?
Well, we hope to qualify in the top 5 here today with Kyle. And our goal this year is to finish in the top 8 every time we go out with Kyle's car. If we can do that, we could be, at the end of the year, we can be in the hunt for the championship. As far as Kenny's concerned, I hope is to qualify in the top 15 every time we go out and to finish in the top 15 every time we go out. And if we do that, Kenny has a pretty good shot to win the Rookie of the Year.
75 laps complete. Dale Earnhardt, Mark Martin at the head of the field. Kyle Petty, Ted Musgrave, and Sterling Marlin. While we were away, Davey Allison, Bobby Hillen, and Terry Labonte made pit stops. We continue caution-free here at Rockingham. And here's the man who is on the point. First time he has led at Rockingham in 3 years is today. Glenn Jarrett is in Dale Earnhardt's pits.
Well, new crew chief Andy Petrie is liking the way things look. Everybody else seems to be having tire problems, Andy, but Dale's car seems to be either getting stronger or not slowing down at all.
Well, we're slowing down a little bit, just maybe not quite as much as some of the other cars. The tire wear is definitely a factor. We're thinking about pitting here pretty soon. We're starting to slow down a little bit, too.
About when can we look for pit stops?
Well, this right here, we're just getting ready to make a pit stop here in a few minutes, so it'll be on.
Okay, he told me earlier they thought they could go to somewhere around lap 95 if the tires held up. Evidently, that may not be the case.
Brett Bodine completes his stop. Rusty Wallace is in. At least 2 tires, right sides for Wallace. He's pitted pretty far away from that wall. Usually that's an indication you see the crew going around that he'll get all 4. If they're just taking on right side tires, they'll stop near the pit wall so the gas man and the tire changers don't have as far to go. Big adjustment on the left rear of Rusty's car. 20-second stop for 4 tires. Bill Parsons is in. And there's your leader.
You know, a lot of people probably will say, well, why, if these guys are leading the race, why would they be even thinking about coming in? They've got to be clocking the cars that already have 4 new tires on them and see how much ground they're losing. Even though Earnhardt's leading the race, those guys that put tires on are going to eat him alive for a while, and you can't give that up because when they make their stop with fresh tires, they're going to be behind them. So you got to start calculating, seeing if you're losing too much. Here's the 26 car, just had 4 tires on him. He hit it just a while ago. Here's the race leader. He'll drive by him like he's tied to a tree.
That puts Brett back on the lead lap.
That's why they got to make the call. That's what's tough for these crew chiefs and owners. When do we come in?
That'll put Brett 1 lap in. He lost 2 making the stop. Bobby Labonte is in. Bill Elliott and Ted Musgrave are on pit road. There's the Jasper Engines US Air Ford. And Elliott pitted right alongside. Here comes Earnhardt. Kenny Schrader's in the pits as well.
Mike, we were just seeing it. All the guys with the tires. It doesn't take very long for them to see how much better they are. So you don't have very many options.
Glenn?
And Earnhardt does indeed bring the Goodwrench Chevrolet in a little earlier than they anticipated. It will be a 4-tire change. I have not yet seen anybody make a chassis adjustment, so evidently he likes the way that car feels. But as Neil said, they're clocking those cars. They're losing ground on the racetrack there. They got to change tires like everybody else did. But this is really unusual to see a tire wear this bad this early. He's down and away, 4 tires and gas, no chassis adjustment.
23.6 for Earnhardt, 24 seconds for Bill Elliott, Kyle Petty, Bobby Hamilton, Dale Jarrett, Harry Gant, and Sterling Marlin are on pit road. There have been a lot of calls on our 800 number and a lot in the papers about the incident between Kyle Petty and Bobby Hillen at Daytona during practice testing for this event last week. The 2 drivers did talk, and the report is that Kyle apologized to Hillen for his outburst. We reported on CBS, and we had some questions about that Kyle's upset was only to the fact that Hillen's car was not locked up, and Hillen was trying to explain to Kyle that he didn't have any brakes to lock up. They are pushing Kyle Petty's car out of the pit.
Boy, they can't get it recranked.
Oh, man. You talk about a bad brake. Come on, fire.
Let me tell you, they've got to that white line down there to get it cranked. If they can't crank it before they get to the end of pit road, they've got to go completely back and try it over again.
And we're under green. Mark Martin getting past.
Oh. You see that paddle man there, he's telling him, don't come by here.
Yeah, the inspector on the right, like Buddy's talking about. See, it says go paddle. There's a stop side of it. He won't let them push that car past that white line unless they're going to put it behind the wall. See him stop him? He's going to have to go back. Boy, what a deal. I tell you, that car is always so good. Kyle's got the starter on. He's turning it with the starter. Just letting it in gear with the starter, trying to move it some.
Now they are going to let him push it behind the pit wall. They would not let him push it past that line to get it refired. Now they're saying there is an opening just 3 pits away. That's where they're going.
Mike, if they wonder why you can't push it past that line, that guardrail on the right over there stops. If they push it down there, they're actually on the part of the track where they could be hit by cars spinning off the track. So you can't take crew members past the end of pit road wall.
Good point, and all in the interest of safety for everybody concerned.
Man, I tell you, that's some bad luck there.
There's nothing mellow about this.
Well, we just got a call that he does not have a clutch in the car, which means the clutch is there, but it won't go disengage, so they're having to get it going to try to push it off in gear. And this is some big compression motors. Thought we heard it crank for a minute. And there they are, back to that line again.
Man.
And I'm telling you, the hard part of these crew members, they're worn out from trying to push this thing back and forth.
As we watch this unfold, you're talking about last week. That's the biggest race of the year for these guys, and just for a moment, you kind of lose it when it's something terrible like running into somebody and you got $1 million bonus to be made, and I'm sure both of them wished it hadn't happened, but you know, they're personal people and they have feelings, so that's what happened down there. They weren't mad at each other, they were mad at the situation.
And not only that, buddy, you know, we have such access to the athletes in this sport. I think maybe the fans need to allow these athletes a good bit of emotion when things go right and when they go wrong.
Let me tell you, same thing that makes them a winner makes them hot-headed, so just remember that.
There's Kenny Wallace's car with a little extra added piece. That's a ratchet, a long extension, and a socket to adjust the weight on the left rear of that car. Now, that extension is more than a foot long. There's little danger of that coming out of there on its own. But just in case, they'll bring him back in.
Yep. I'm going to make him pull it out of there. If it were to fall out and go through a windshield, it could hurt someone.
Yeah.
You can see it right behind the driver's side, sticking up in the air. Big ratchet.
Both of these cars are Felix's cars. Don't you know he's enjoying this?
Felix is very superstitious. His firstborn son, Johnny, who manages the Kenny Wallace team, turned 24 today. That, of course, is the reverse of 42. I think Felix goofed last night. He went to this big charity auction last night in Charlotte. A ticket cost, it was a 4-figure number for a ticket, and he won the drawing. He won the drawing.
But he said he didn't want to use up his luck, so he gave the money back.
Oop. Used up some of it here. Glenn?
Well, I'm standing by, guys, with Felix Sabatis, the owner of the car, and we hear it's a clutch. Is that the case?
Yeah, Kyle come in on pit road. He said the clutch has gone out. So apparently that's what the problem is. We have no clutch.
Are they going to be able to fix the thing and get it back in?
Well, we're going to try to fix it, get it back in for points. I think we don't know what the problem is. It might be the transmission, it might be the clutch. We think it's the clutch, but the car wouldn't even start, and we couldn't even get it in gear, so it doesn't look too good.
Well, you got to feel awfully frustrated, Felix. You've had a real fast race car for 2 weeks now, and little things keep getting you.
Yeah, you know, that's part of the game. You know, next week we might be real good and have no problem. So, you know, just racing.
Okay. Well, they got the car fired up now. They're getting ready to put him back out there. I like this man's attitude.
Kyle Petty is 10 laps behind the leader right now. That leader, after pit stops, is Ernie Irvin. Dale Earnhardt runs in second. He and Hut Strickland just had a scrape up in turn number 4. Mark Martin is third. The Stavola car for Sterling Marlin is fourth. Ted Musgrave is fifth. There's your top 5. Here's a look at the rest of the top 10 as we go to commercial. We'll be back to Rockingham after this. We're 1/5 of the way through here at Rockingham. 3.6 seconds separates Ernie Irvin from Dale Earnhardt. Kyle Petty has been behind the wall now for nearly 7 minutes.
Mike, a pretty good indication of what those tires did a while ago. We saw Ernie Irvin be the first of the fast cars come in, change those tires, and by doing that, now after everybody pitted, he's leading the race. So, but he's got 20 laps more. He should give it up in a little bit. His car should fade a little bit quicker.
You see Jeff Gordon there fighting with the 4 car. He's doing that to get back in the same lap again, so his car seems to be working quite well right now, but he has new tires on there.
Irvin stopped about lap 60. The rest of the leaders just around the 80 lap mark. So that first pit stop of the day, Kyle Petty's car being pushed out of its pit stall once again to a position behind the wall.
Speaking of pit stops, buddy, you brought up a good idea. I mean, it brought up the thing to mind that this 20 lap loss is going to cause one more extra pit stop during the course of the day.
Here's 5th place. 2 Fords fighting it out, Ted Musgrave and Brett Bodine. And yes, there are more Fords running well in Winston Cup racing this year, but also there are more of them. A number of previously GM teams, especially the Oldsmobile and Buick teams, have switched over to the Ford Thunderbird.
You know, you went to Daytona and you were restricted carburetors, and everybody said, well, looks like Chevrolet has an advantage this year. And then you come here with the non-restricted cars, and the Fords are very dominant right now. So I think with restricted, you're going to have General Motors cars running good, and the Fords are going to dominate these type racetracks. But not for long.
NASCAR has ways of keeping that playing field level even when the corners are banked.
And what's unique about it too, Mike, is you walk through the garage area and every factory rep is here. I'm talking about world reps where each manufacturer is in that garage area, and they walk up every morning and say, what do you guys need? So they cater to them weekly and what it takes to make these cars run.
Well, Bill Gazaway used to be the competition director for NASCAR, and I remember Bill once saying, when everybody's complaining just a little, we're doing a good job. 101 laps on the board.
There's Bill Elliott coming up on this. Kenny Schrader. Elliott coming up behind him. This long run has really shuffled things around. That's for 10th position. Boy, all these guys, I say the majority of them are saying, hey, let's get a caution. Let's regroup this thing. But the minute you say that, you're in the caution, so nobody else won't very much of it.
That's Schrader in 10th, Elliott 11th, Rick Mast 12th, and right with them, Davey Allison, who started tail end Charlie, is now up to 13th.
I got to tell you, when they jacked that blade in that car after the first pit stop, he's been on a steady run now. It looks like they've worked that car out quite a bit.
The Haviland Ford for Allison and Robert Yates' team. Morgan Shepherd off the pace. Schrader 10th. Elliott 11th. 14 cars on the lead lap. Let's get an update on pit road. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Mike, Kyle Petty's problems continue, and actually they worsen, I guess. There's a problem with the clutch, also the transmission. They've got the car, and what they thought was in gear, all it did was lock the rear wheels. They couldn't get it to do anything. They can't get it to roll. They can't get it to start. They had to put a jack under the car, jack the rear end up, and pull it back up pit road and back behind the wall with the jack, simply because the car won't roll at all now. So they've got major problems. It's going to be a while for them.
Well, I tell you, when something like this starts, it usually means it's hung in 2 gears. And probably the only cure for that is either take the side off transmission or replace it. It's going to be a while with it.
Let me ask you, though, that happened to Ricky Rudd in Daytona. What's happening when they come out of the pits right now? Are they just slamming the clutch out and maybe spinning everything? I don't understand it, because it's happening quite a bit. You know, I've seen it in Daytona and here both.
Yeah, in Ricky's case at Daytona, they tore the rear drive shaft yoke out of the car.
Yeah, well, Mike, we just saw him go by with a brand new transmission. So they're going to have to make that call. And to do that on these Winston Cup cars, they got to pull the tailpipes, everything off. So it's going to take them a while.
You're looking at the leaders as we bring you this Napa Field standing update, brought to you by Napa, because there are no unimportant parts where your favorite driver was just a couple of laps ago.
If truth known, he probably fixed that transmission himself when he pushed in the clutch and it wouldn't go into gear. Get in.
Here's Ernie Irvin leading the race. There's Earnhardt right behind him. Hut Strickland has been coming up through there. He got down early, but he's been running with this group of cars right on him.
Yeah, let's update. There are 16 cars on the lead lap. Jeff Bodine and Ted Musgrave did not show up on that scoring rundown. So there are 16 cars on the lead lap. Big passable cars running behind these 2 leaders who are pretty much in open field.
Here's Irvin sitting on older tires. Earnhardt's got 20 laps fresher tires on it. Still not able to get around it.
Trying the high side. Long way around.
Ernie stays low, gives him room on the outside. Stayed to the inside, let him make that run.
There's 20 laps difference right there. You've seen him able to drive way deeper down in the corner, and Ernie's tires are worn out more, and you can't do that.
But I tell you what, now what do these drivers do? They see how much quicker they are. Do they stretch it to 80 laps, or do they come in every 60 and put tires on them? I guarantee there's a lot of debate going on in those pits trying to decide which way to go.
Now, in road racing, like the 24 hours at Daytona, you've got only the driver can work on the car. Well, NASCAR, of course, is a little different. You know, if the car's abandoned out on the course, but here's Kyle helping to change out that transmission.
I drove for the Petties, and one thing you learn to do is work on them when you work there. And Kyle had to work on them way back when Richard was driving.
What he's doing here, they're going to drop the transmission out through the bottom of the car, but it's his job in the seat to take the shifter handle off. It's got 2 3/8 bolts on it. He'll take those off, and the transmission go out through the bottom. They'll shove him and you in. He puts the shifter on, he's ready to go.
6th place, where Ted Musgrave, Rusty Wallace are battling it out, along with High Groove Harry. Kenny Wallace in the midst of that pack has been lapped. Dale Jarrett's coming up on them. There's the rest of that group. Mike Waltrip, Rick Wilson, Wally Dallenbach, Bobby Hillen is up there, and Phil Parsons. That high groove. This is from the bumper cam on Wally Dallenbach's car.
Here he comes to the dog leg on the front straightaway, like you're talking about, Mike. Entry down in turn 1. He goes to the bottom, but watch the car slide up. He's about halfway up, and he comes up. Watch how quick this wall comes up right here. Man, you feel like you're going to knock it down coming off that corner.
Let me tell you, Mike knows all about that. He was down here at my dad's driving school, and he knows a lot about it.
Well, I didn't know how close you could get to it. I tried to stay a little off. Let me get to talk a little more about that later. We are 113 laps into this race. Ricky Rudd has just made his second pit stop. We are caution-free so far. Here's the way they're running. Back after this. The Nashville Network's live coverage of the Goodwrench 500 is brought to you by Goodyear, #1 in tires. Dale Earnhardt leads Ernie Irvan now by 3.5 seconds. Mark Martin in third, and this battle going on for 7th place.
Ooh. Well, I tell you, you think they don't have their hands full. They're wrestling, aren't they, buddy?
You know, they've done a great job with these radial tires. They've got them where you can flip them a little bit now, and it's getting back like the bias flat tire where you can lose the car a little bit and keep going. A couple of years back, you just spent out if you'd done that much.
Rick Wilson makes a pit stop as Rusty Wallace holds off Harry Gant for 7th place. 5 leaders so far, 8 lead changes. Average speed 136 miles an hour, not quite record pace. We are caution-free, however. 16 cars still on the lead lap, and James Hilton, the only car out of the race. James did not use up a set of tires this year. He's in the garage.
James comes and he starts these races, and if it's not going just exactly perfect, he parks them for a while. There's Gandy. It looks like he's going to be able to make the move, get around Rusty Wallace. See if they get loose right here, getting in the corner. The problem here should be off of this corner.
Neil, we need to explain to the people. We had a write-in a while ago on the facts here and wanted to know what's the difference in loose and push. I like 2 or 3 things you said.
Well, I tell you what, push means you're going to see the wreck, and loose is you won't, you'll back into it. But to be truthful, the push means you go in the corner, turn the front wheels, and it does not turn. It goes straight. Loose, you go in and turn the wheels. The car cuts so good that the back end tries to fly out from under it. If you got a pushing condition, if you go in there extremely hard, the car just goes straight. So these drivers will compensate for that. They'll ease up going in if it's tight, and coming off the corner if they're loose, they'll feed the throttle. So you have to work with that all day long.
Chris from Minnesota called in. Horsepower on these cars, some of them on the dyno are seeing as much as 720 horsepower.
I've heard of 730 out of Robert Yates. That's pretty good.
Mike and buddy, a tough part of that is today's the day you really don't need it. When you're in a condition where you got borderline on being able to hook up to the racetrack like we see these guys, that even makes it tougher. There's the one car smoking.
Rick Mast is 14th behind Bill Elliott.
That didn't look like tire smoke, did buddy? It looked like it right out of the center of the car.
Yeah, I don't know what that could have been. It won't be long before we know what it is, though. This racetrack will let you know the problems real fast.
They are 3.5 seconds from being a lap down. Davey Allison coming into that picture. He's the 15th place car. There's Allison, and Jeff Gordon shows up as well, but he is a lap behind them.
You know, I don't know whether that's a tire. I think that looks more like maybe rear end smoke or something, Neil.
I'll tell you what, a lot of these guys are pulling extremely low gears. They got the feel in practice that the pace would fall off tremendous after a few laps, and they allow for that. They put an extremely low gear in it, and it creates a lot of heat in the rear ends.
You see what, Davey did a few minor changes on this car now, and he's able to stay on the bottom. Bill Elliott cannot do this, so he's going backwards now. Look at Jeff Gordon now. You talk about a car that's on the move right now. He may be as fast a car as there is on the racetrack.
He's really biding his time, trying to stay in the bottom, run up off the corner good and straight. The track might come to him, buddy.
Man, what would you give to be 21 years old and have the talent that one young man's got right there?
A lot of talent, and I'm telling you what, they got him in some good race cars. What a combination. There's a lot of good things going to happen.
No, I'll change that. How'd you like to be 40 and have those talent?
Buddy, I'd like to just be 42 again. Just take them 2 or 3 at a time.
Who wouldn't?
I'd almost like to go back to the day before Darlington and try it again.
Yeah, right. Jeff Gordon moving underneath. I think that's Jerry O'Neill. Nope. Battle up towards second place.
Now, the difference in these 2 cars is 20 laps on the tires, and the 6 car's been running him down. Mark Martin's on a steady climb in the second place, and it'll tell on the 4 car. It won't be long before the 4 car will have to stop again.
We were hoping to get an idea of RPM at the end of these straightaways, but where that camera's positioned and a little bit of glare there, you see the tack needle coming down, just down to about 5,800 is the low in the middle of the corner.
And the steering wheel is blocking the top number, But I guarantee Jack Rouse does not mind twisting one of these Ford motors. He's probably looking at close to 8,000 RPM at least.
I was going to say, you seen that last little shot there where you're right up against the dash? I've had my head up there before. You know, everybody was asking yesterday how a guy like Brett Bodine or Todd Bodine could hit the wall and maybe get injured, and then somebody like Rusty Wallace take a flip like he did at Daytona and sustain no injury. The difference was, when you hit a concrete wall, it's just like hitting another car coming at you at that speed. Where in the 2-car, when he started flipping, the car took most of the inertia there.
There goes Mark Martin moving the inside. We saw Ernie's car trying to jump out from under him. Mark cleared him right up off turn 2. Got in front of him through 3 and 4.
Call we got off the 800 number from Nova Scotia, where we know it's cold. They ask if you warm up the tires before you put them on the car when it's a cold day.
Not in this type race. They do it in Formula One and all, but they will not let you do it in NASCAR. You just go with cold tires every time they go out.
They get warmed up in 2 or 3 laps, though. At least you hope they do.
I'll tell you what's going to get warmed up in the tire business is on pit road over there. You're going to see teams, usually when you're having a tire go away like this, you'll see them go with scuff tires. And there might be some bidding on tires, who's going to buy whose tires before the day's over, if they go through as many tires look like we're going to.
Dale Earnhardt pulls up on the back of Jeff Bodine, who is in 16th place, the last car on the lead lap. The Bodine bobsled had its debut at Lillehammer, Norway.
And what
last week. It didn't get through tech. The chassis was fine, and the body, which was an exact copy of the sled the U.S. racers are using now, flunked tech. They got to make some runs down the course, but wouldn't let them race.
They made a real clever remark about that. You ever seen them throw a slow sled out?
They were pretty encouraged. Bob Cuneo, Bobby V, and the folks involved in that, Bruce Rosselli, one of the drivers, and Brian Scheimer, the other bobsled driver, were real encouraged. So next winter, look out for the Americans in the bobsled run at Lillehammer. Harry Gant battling with Rusty Wallace. 6th place at stake there.
There's Rudd, who just made a pit stop a few laps ago, getting right up under Rusty. Boy, there was Gant. We saw, look how quick the 5-car drives by after he made that pit stop a while ago. And we saw Gant up in front. Gant was all the way above the top line a while ago. He's going to run out of racetrack in a minute. That's Gant up there in the shadows blowing the dust off the wall.
As long as he doesn't blow the paint off it. Let's go back to 13th place. Rick Mass, Davey Allison, and Bobby Hillen right in there with them. Hillen is 2 laps off the leader's pace.
I remember I've been out there, Mike, and his Gant get running high like that, and they say, follow Gant. I say, man, do I have to? That's kind of dangerous up there running around that outside wall.
Yeah.
But Harry doesn't hesitate to do it.
Word about Bobby Hillen here on the Daytona 500 telecast. The comments I made about he and Kyle getting together there afterwards. My only point was that Kyle thought those brakes should have been locked, and that's why he was mad. I did not mean to imply that Bobby Hillen was the cause of that wreck, and if people took it that way, then my apologies to Bobby and his fans. He was doing the best he could, and so was Kyle. It just ended up being a tough day for both of them.
Mike, I've been in that situation of being a wreck and knock the brakes out of the car. And everybody said, well, why didn't you stop? Well, there's nobody who wants to stop any worse than that driver, but when you put a dent in the floorboard with a brake pedal and it's not stopping, there's not much you can do. Here comes the 4-car back down pit road. He's out of sync with these guys. He's stopping about 20 laps, but every time he does, after it's over, he comes out in front.
He's okay as long as we stay green.
Now, what could change this all around? One caution, that put him right back in there.
Randy?
Well, Ernie Irvin has pulled the Kodak car to a stop. It's going to be a 4-tire change here. First can of gas already in. Obviously, they want to get as much gas they can so they can go the distance on tires. And what that means, you want to get as many miles out of these tires as you possibly can. Gives you more time on the racetrack. Left sides are on already. Looks like a good pit stop for the Tony Clemens crew. He's down and away in about 21 seconds.
Randy, it looked like he went ahead and put more spoiler. We saw him knocking the rear spoiler up, plus putting a couple rounds of bike. They're still working on the chassis, too.
Dale Earnhardt continues to lead this race at 139 laps. We asked Richard Childress, is he optimistic about this year?
Yeah, I think the whole team, you know, after getting beat like we did last year, and Dale's attitude's right this year, you know, we're all just back in there digging as hard as we can. And, you know, I think right now everybody, you know, didn't like losing like we did last year. So we worked exceptionally hard to get back, and hopefully we'll have a better season this year.
144 laps complete. Bobby Labonte and Davey Allison have just made pit stops. Dale Earnhardt has lapped Bill Elliott, as you see, has still not found a way past Jeff Bodine. Earnhardt leads Mark Martin, Sterling Marlin, Ted Musgrave, and Harry Gant, the top 5. Wallace, Jarrett, Parsons, Kulwicki, and Schrader, the rest of the top 10. We're posting 13 cars still on the lead lap. Got a new entry in Winston Cup races. Jackson Patrick Marchand, born to Jack and Patty Wheeler Marchand, Humpy's daughter, and the head of TNN Motorsports. Congratulations to Dad, Mom, and Baby, who is watching his very first race today.
What do we say?
Oh, isn't that cute? That's what we say.
Congratulations, Patty.
We had a question from Illinois, where I know it's cold today. The coldest temperature a Winston Cup race has ever been run in, buddy. Coldest race ever.
Oh, right here, no doubt. It was 12 degrees when the race started, and I don't know what the wind chill was, but I come in, I was driving Paul's Ellison. I come in, the whole pit crew was wrapped up in blankets. I had to go around another time for them to get ready for me to come in.
Trying to get thawed out for you.
You got it.
For Steve from Indiana, 20 Fords in today's race, 13 Chevrolets, and 7 Pontiacs. Up front, Chevy, 3 Fords, a Chevy for Gant, and a Pontiac for Wallace. That's the way they're running. Kyle Petty is back on the Speedway after 26.5 minutes. He lost 58 laps being behind the wall, making that change of transmission on the Kyle Petty car. But after a DNF at Daytona, you heard Felix Savati say that Kyle had hoped to be in the top 8 at every race this season. That should give him enough points to win the title. But, buddy, here he is, 58 laps down and back out there.
Well, the one thing is so important, you showed a while ago that Bill Elliott lost by not leading one more lap in Atlanta. I mean, every lap that they make, every position they pick up could mean the difference in whether they're Winston Cup champion or not. So he had to get back out.
From the front of Wally Dollenbach's car, looking up at Kyle Petty. 3.8 seconds the margin, first to second. There's Ted Musgrave. Now he's got Harry Gant and Jimmy Spencer to contend with. Spencer is not on the lead lap. He is one circuit down, but Gant moves up, takes over 4th place.
It works for him. I tell you what, he's running another racetrack from anybody else. He's up there where he can get a nosebleed. He's so high.
I'll tell you one thing, they probably can't afford to put a low gear in Gant's car because he runs the long way around all the time, but it sure works for him. Well, the big question now is how long
I
can
want to
these
look
guys
at the
stretch
right
it?
front corner. Well, he's going in the pits, John. We tried very hard to show the right front on this car. I told the producer, let's look at it. It was rubbing the right front instead of the right rear. I noticed on the other shot that he had a problem on the right front.
Rick Mast on pit road. Ran in the top 5 a good part of today. The Richard Jackson crew. See the Keystone Light clock in the upper right. Look at all the rubber. Yeah.
That's a good indication. We're talking about a lot of tire wear. When that tire comes off of that carcass, it goes on the racetrack, and it's ended up in the grill of these race cars.
That's the first car I've seen them go away on bite on the car. They loosened that car up. It was a little bit too tight just then, so that might have been some of the smoke we were looking at.
Yeah, they're also knocking some spoiler out of it back there with a big rubber hammer. They're laying that spoiler down a little bit, so they are taking bite away. First point, as you say, buddy.
Yeah.
Got him some yellow tires this time. Goodyear has went to a different color on the tires. They might run the white ones, and they've been slipping a little bit, so they're going to try these yellow ones on the side and see what they do.
That's the sidewall lettering on the tires. It's now yellow instead of white. Dale Earnhardt in some race traffic, pulling up on Bobby Labonte and Rick Wilson in the Petty car. Last lap by on Harry Gant, 26.88, 141.4 miles an hour as he moves toward the front. To calculate speed for JW New Mexico, 3,600 times the track length in miles, 1.017, measured 15 feet from the outside rail, and divide that by the number of seconds. That'll give you the speed, but I guarantee by the time you do all that, the next lap will be over.
Yeah, but I told you how to come up with that answer.
Yes. Okay, Buddy Baker gets extra credit.
You see Hutch Strickland there. He was running good right behind Earnhardt. Well, he's fell back just a little bit.
And you see the bottom rows of those grandstands, a few empty seats here. Charles from Cincinnati wondered if all these races are sold out. Are tickets available? Yes, today's race is not a sellout. Not all of the Winston Cup races. In fact, many are not sold out in advance of race day. Just write to each Speedway's ticket office. They'll be happy to send you ticket ordering information.
You see that here, but they also have a lot of new seats that they put in, so they got a pretty good crowd with the old existing grandstands, but they, you know, they do have seats. That's the whole deal.
I can't help but think, too, also the weather. It looks nice on this screen right here, folks, but it's cold, so it's just an exceptionally cool day, and I think it hurt just a little bit also.
30 degrees out there with the wind chill.
Comes Rusty Wallace.
7th place car on pit road. Before they get to pit stops, let's run you back through the field here at 156 laps.
Dale Earnhardt's coming in right now, too.
Before they begin pit stops. Earnhardt pits as the race leader. Mark Martin is 2nd. Sterling Marlin is 3rd. Harry Gant is 4th. Ted Musgrave is 5th. Dale Jarrett is 6th. Rusty Wallace 7th as he makes that stop. 8th is Alan Kulwicki. 9th, Kenny Schrader. And 10th, Jeff Bodine.
Mike, we saw these cars here stop on lap 80 before. We're at lap 158, so they're right at 80 laps again, and I guess that's going to be their gauge, about 80 laps for these lead cars as far as they can go. We're used to seeing in this type of racing the amount of fuel on board dictate when you stop. Today it's going to be tires. Wholesale pit crews coming in now. Everybody's putting down pit road.
Jeff Bodine, Bobby Hillen, Bill Elliott, Hut Strickland, Sterling Marlin's in, so's Terry Labonte, Harry Gant, and Dale Jarrett at lap 158.
Comes Schrader in behind them.
Jeff Gordon in on the backside.
Have you ever noticed when the leader comes in, it looks like a caution on the next lap? They don't want to give away any of this track position. They want to make sure they're running as fast as the lead car.
There's Henry Benfield with that second can of gas for Elliott's car. And the other Junior Johnson car, Hut Strickland, going back out. Now, would this be a bit of teamwork, both those Junior Johnson cars pitting together, so they might go back out and run some and draft some together, or does that really count here?
I think you get into a deal here with the tires not being just up like you want to be with a loose condition. I think it would hurt each other, following each other. So they can actually run better by themselves. There comes Mark turning in right now.
Mark Martin retook the lead. That was the 8th lead change. 5 different drivers have led here.
What I'd like to see after this thing shakes out, are we back with the 4-car lead? Here they are on the suspension camera, but watch them snap. They're going to jack the right side up first. See the car's up there. Here comes the tire. Look at the brake tires. Boy, I tell you what, they burned the brakes up come in. There goes the new tire on. They already dropped it. That guy puts on one lug nut, and they drop the jack, and then he finishes the rest of that other side's already got the lug nuts on.
Now, you couldn't do that on your street car, but the center hub for these wheels, the wheel lines up right on it, so when you hammer home one lug, the wheel is centered and set up. Great pit stop, 19.5 seconds. Randy?
It's certainly going to be a 4-tire stop like all the rest of the stops so far. Ted gets a little drink from his crew member. Taking out a little wedge from the left-hand side of the car, crew chief Sandy Jones. Now he goes to work on the right rear, taking off the tires. It's a little bit of a slow pit stop so far. Right side tires are now going on. That's Sandy Jones on the left front. It is. Car just about down the way. Mike Joy.
A little extra time there wiping the grill might have cost him on the left front, but they had to do it.
Now, did you see the difference? One car had a 19-second pit stop there. I mean, that is so quick, you couldn't do a 2-tire change 5 years ago.
Good stop. It's put Ernie Irvin back up front, as you said, Neil. He's sorted back out in the running order. Everybody's made a couple of green flag pit stops, and Ernie Irvin goes back to the front. Ted Musgrave has led a lap today. He gets his 5 Winston Cup bonus points. There's Derek Hope running behind Ernie Irvin. Jimmy Spencer running for Bobby Allison today. Currently 24th place. He's just barely 2 laps down. We asked Bobby if there's more out there than just winning the race here.
Well, you know, that's the other part of NASCAR racing. Once you Cup racing, you run the full circuit, and every time you go out, you got to think of the possibility of winning the race, but also of getting the most points you can get. And the championship is the big goal.
167 laps down of 492 they'll run here today. Mike Joy with Neil Bonnet and Buddy Baker. Here at the Goodwrench 500, Ernie Irvin. Out of pit stop sequence, but he is the race leader. He'll have to stop, though, before the rest of the drivers on the lead lap if we remain caution-free. He has a 4.7-second lead on Dale Earnhardt, but it's closing back in because now Earnhardt has fresh tires than Irvin does.
They talk about race being a lot of luck involved and the way set of circumstances fall. If the caution should come out right now, the 4 car is in the driver's seat. But if he goes past his sequence and then he pits and the caution comes out, he'll be a lap down. So that out of sequence has got him leading the race right now, but it also, a few laps from now, can cost him a lap. So just the way the caution should fall, or if not, it's going to be a big factor in it.
It's not unheard of to run a Winston Cup race without a caution. The last race at Texas World Speedway was just that way several years ago. There's Alan Kulwicki looking underneath Irvin.
He came in after Ernie. Ernie made that earlier stop. He came in a little later. And there he goes. And here comes Schrader with a little bit fresher stuff on.
Yeah, North Wilkesboro last year we ran without a caution.
Well, one big difference now, you don't cut the tires down like you used to. The radial tires pretty much eliminated cutting tires down.
6th place battle here. Rusty Wallace and Harry Gant. And despite the RPMs they're turning and the horsepower they're building, the engines are more reliable today.
Yeah, the aftermarket people, you know, the connecting rods, the valves, every component that goes in this car, when one of them breaks, they ship it back to the manufacturer. He sees why it broke, and then he betters that piece. So just through the process of trying it, breaking it, fixing it, they've got the thing so strong now they're almost bulletproof.
With pit stops, that's now the 5th place race. Wallace and Gant. Ernie Irvin up front. He joined us late. Kyle Petty had transmission trouble. Spent a lot of time behind pit wall. He is 58 laps down. Fewest cautions here, 2. Spring race 1974 and last fall's event. Here's Glenn Jarrett.
Well, I'm standing with Tony Glover, crew chief of the lead car. Tony, you got bad tire wear early on, but you seem to have stabilized now. You're out of sequence with the rest of the field on pit stops. Is that going to hurt you?
I don't think so. If the race will go green until we can get caught back up, I think we'll be fine. We're a little loose to start with. We didn't get a lot of practice yesterday, and seems like we got the car working pretty good now.
Is he pretty well satisfied? Anything else you're going to have to do right away, or are you going to leave it as is?
I think right now we're going to be okay.
Okay, they don't seem to be worried about being out of sequence, and the race will tell the rest of that story.
Ernie Irvin back out front. 11 lead changes among 6 drivers, one of the more competitive events we've had here. Here's the 9th place battle. Darrell Waltrip along with Davey Allison. Now Darrell is posted in 9th place. He's still on the lead lap, trying to hang on there. I don't believe he's made that last stop with the rest of the group. No, he has not. He is playing the gas mileage game today.
Yeah, he could play that if a caution should come out. It's a big game for him, but he's losing time on the racetrack. You can see these guys going right on by him and right on by him. He might play as we saw before. Wait till he gets lapped to come in.
Well, he's not due yet. Darrell led laps 86 to 88 when he finally did make his first pit stop. Stayed out the longest of anybody. So he should be in right about the next lap or 2. From Wally Dallenbach's car. 25 degrees of banking, rather 22 there at turns 1 and 2. Here's Glenn.
Well, Mike, I'm in the pits of Rick Mess, driver of the Snow car #1. They still have that smoking problem. NASCAR has pulled them in. There is an oil leak on the car. Right now, they can't find it. They see a little oil dripping down the front of the engine. NASCAR official has pointed that out. They're tightening the valve covers, but other than that, they can't seem to find the problem. So, tough break for them. Mike?
Up front, the lead will change hands again as Earnhardt drives around the outside of Ernie Irvin. Here's your Napa Field standing update. The engines in these cars are U.S. manufactured pushrod V8 engines. No overhead cams allowed. And the engine size limit does not change. It's the same for every race, and right at, what, 358 cubic inches with no tolerance.
Let me tell you, if it's 358.001, you're illegal. And, I mean, I've seen them kicked out at that number.
Yeah, last time I won a race, I won the Winston Open, and they had mine just a little bit over, and I had to wait on it to cool so it would pass inspection.
It was oversized before it cooled down.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I've seen them pack them in ice to get them on down there.
Here's Morgan Shepherd, and it looks like the Wood Brothers crew is going to bring him back into the garage to make repairs to that car. Tough break for the Citgo Ford, car that almost won last year's Daytona 500.
Yeah, he's turning into the garage here. They're going to get back there and work on it a little bit.
They're already waiting for him. Glenn, Leonard Wood, Len and Eddie, the rest of that crew. Randy's down there.
Unusual story that I have ever heard of. Morgan Shepherd is running so badly, says crew chief Eddie Wood, that they are just going to bring it in here and change some shocks, some sway bars, and maybe a few springs to see if they can get this thing sorted out. He was almost matter-of-fact about it. He said, we're just going to go ahead and use this thing as a test day. We've got no shot at it here today. That is just unbelievable.
A lot of smoke out of the left side. I think the header pipe's a Rick Mass car, and they have thrown the caution. Mass goes behind the wall.
That looked like a blowed head gasket to me, Neil. You see the white smoke coming out from the left side exhaust there.
Yeah, see the little hole in the left rear window? That's the vent for the oil tank. He's messed up something major. That would be hard to put back in the race.
It appeared he may have dumped some fluid on the racetrack, so caution has come out. The first one of the day at lap 181.
Ford car is fixing to get back in sequence. He's in second place, so it's not going to hurt him one bit.
And Darrell Waltrip won the battle of the gas mileage there. He stayed in that lead lap. That puts him way up in the standings where he would have been a lap down in a few more laps.
So at lap 182, we have the first caution flag of the day.
Boy, you talk about some chassis adjustments. You're fixing to wear some ratchets out on pit road now.
I think you're right. And Irvin will lead the group on a pit road. Rather, Earnhardt will. Irvin right with him.
Buddy, that was a good call on your part. They said it was the head gasket, so we're going to hire you as the mechanic. The one car did lose the head gasket.
I probably blew up more than you did.
Mark Martin's in, Rusty Wallace, all the cars on the lead lap. Bill Parsons also benefited from that. He is back up on the lead lap. He had not yet made a pit stop.
How many times in Waltrip's career, Darrell Waltrip, we've seen him use his head, maybe not have the fastest car, stay out there, and the race kind of come to him, and that's a great call on this race.
We're under caution for the first time today in the Goodwrench 500. All the lead lap cars have made pit stops. We'll be right back. Exclusive coverage of the Goodwrench 500 on TNN, the Nashville network, is brought to you by Mr. Goodwrench, the GM expert at participating GM dealerships.
Well, this is the first time I've been able to run as fast as Rick Mass in his race car. Rick, what happened out there?
Well, Glenn, I think we either busted a head gasket or a head. The car was, we just had made our pit stop. The car had gotten a little loose, we fell back, put a little wedge in it, and the car was really good. I started to run the leaders back down again, and then all of a sudden something busted like a head gasket let loose. So maybe we'll get them at Richmond.
Okay, Rick, better luck next time.
Glenn, you're going to have to push if you keep that up. They're going to make you work.
We're under caution, and you see drivers weaving back and forth here. We had a call on our 800 number about that, and why.
You can pick up everything but loose change running around here on your caution lap, so you're getting all the debris off the tires, plus the rubber buildup stuff that you pick up running around there at slow speeds.
You know, the stuff that gets on the tires looks like chewing gum. The rubber comes off these tires at cars at 250 degrees and lays on the track. When you run over it, it sticks to your new tire, and boy, then you got problems.
Because the tires on the car are hot, are warm, and they'll pick up what's on the racetrack. Dale Earnhardt coming up behind the safety car. There's our 800 number. If you have questions about today's race, we'll try to answer them, and if we can't, we'll pass them on to our sister shows on TNN, Race Day and Inside Winston Cup Racing.
The other thing, you know, the surface has a certain amount of heat in it, and the cold tire running over the surface and it hot, you can pick that up just like you can when the tire's hot.
Here's Mark Martin going down the back straightaway, and they usually give it just a little tug or two, but he's already stacked in there pretty deep. They're really backed up. He cleaned it off going down in the corner. But you can see how clean that right front tire, they've already cleared it off before they get ready to restart.
Lead lap cars, Earnhardt, Irvin, Martin, Wallace, Marlin, Gant, Phil Parsons, who's been on the lead lap all day, and Dale Jarrett. Add Kenny Schrader, Alan Kulwicki, Ted Musgrave to that list. Green flag. Darrell Waltrip had pitted. He was on the back straightaway and had made a pit stop, so he had fallen off the lead lap and was trying to get one back there without success.
Mike, we just bragged on that, but just as the caution came out, he turned in the back straightaway, and it did cost him a lap. Now, if we talk about luck, one more lap, and he would have made that call we wanted to make. Talking about rubber getting on the racetrack. Look at the rubber on our lens on the camera, slinging off little specks all over it.
The rubber wears off these race tires a lot faster than it does off your street tires, kind of like when you use a pencil eraser.
Yeah, because they're just extremely soft. They cater them to each racetrack. If you go to a slow track, the tires are real, real soft. The faster the track, the harder the tire.
Front two cars have a big separation now because of the lapped cars of Rudd and Earnhardt. Here comes Mark Martin moving up underneath those lapped cars. And further back this race for 13th position. 3 wide they go into the corner. And make Hut Strickland, well, he's used to being a sandwich. They got the sandwich on that car, but he was right in the middle of it.
That's kind of the characteristic, not characteristic of Harry Gant. He's usually pretty conservative. He's ready to go racing. He went 3 abreast going down that back straightaway.
Look at Sterling Marlin there, the 8 car running against the car he raced last year. That's Junior Johnson's second car there. They were racing. He got a little high there and just about tasted that wall on the back straightaway.
We were talking about how fast it comes up. When it comes up that fast, you get out of the gas, you lose a lot of ground.
Third place battle right here. It's heated up. Ricky Rudd's in the middle of it, so's Darrell Waltrip, but it's between Mark Martin and Rusty Wallace. The other cars are lapped down. From Rusty Wallace's car, an up-close and personal look at the Valvoline Ford.
We saw Rusty pull the inside. You can't hardly see Rusty back there behind Mark. We're looking at a Mark's car. There's Rusty. We see it. Rusty, watch him. Even if he's not up beside him, usually you'll pull to the left and make that driver think you're fixing to make that move. We saw him on the back straightaway move over to the left, even though he didn't clear him, to see if Mark would give him a little bit of racing room.
That's a lot of head game going on there, too. He's trying to make him look in that mirror so he'll make a mistake.
Boy, did you see him snatch the wheel right, buddy? Back in, jumped out from under him a little bit.
They are 2.7 seconds behind Earnhardt and Irvin, battling hard for third. Here goes Wallace to the inside. And we look further back at Musgrave, Kulwicki, and that pack battling.
We just saw Rusty did clear him, and he also got Ricky Rudd up under him. There's Rusty looking back at it now.
Gant's in there as well. Ricky Rudd is 2 laps down as a result of unscheduled pit stops very early in this event to change tires. Rusty's stretching it out on Mark Martin.
Rusty's fun to ride with. He's very intense, and when you get inside the car with him, I don't believe anybody has any more wheel movement than he does. He's on top of that baby all the way around this racetrack.
Cale used to. When I'd sit in the tower at Daytona, watch Cale come off turn 4. He'd be wrestling that wheel, something awful, but always have that car under control.
I'll tell you what was tough. You'd be racing, Cale, and you'd look over and you see him pull him gloves up, take the slack out of him. He fixes to go to work. Man, he would wrestle a race car. I'm telling you, what a driver.
Now a successful car owner with a brand new 3-year sponsor for Jangles Restaurant.
Is Harry Gant, is he ahead of the 6th car now? Is that what we're seeing?
Fourth place.
Hey, so let me try it down here in the bottom and just see what this feels like. He's running a lot lower. You can still see his car wiggling up off the corner. These guys are going as fast as they can. Their cars certainly aren't like they just want them because they've got a lot of movement in them.
If it goes to manhandling, I'm going to take the 33 car over anybody here. I don't know of another driver that's any better fit to run 500 miles here than he is.
Harry Gant has finished second here 5 times, has not won.
And 2 of them was, you know, I beat him one time by about 6 inches. Elliott beat him by 2 feet. So a matter of 5 feet, he'd won 3 races here.
So we've got Earnhardt leading. Ernie Irvin second, Rusty Wallace third, Harry Gant now 4th, and Mark Martin is the 5th place car. The pole sitter led a good bit early on, one of 6 drivers to lead this race. We've had 12 changes. We asked his car owner, Jack Rouse, with Mark's 6th place finish at Daytona. Is your team off to a good start?
By my rough calculation, the difference between the points that we got this time and the points that we've gotten in the past would have won at least 3 championships for us. So we'll see what kind of a year we'll have from this point on, but we're certainly off to our best start ever.
.204 laps complete. Dale Earnhardt leading Ernie Irvan. And that is the difference between them after they dropped the restart on the green flag restart. Not too many laps to go. Now they've run about, what, 28 laps, excuse me, since that last caution flag dropped, so about 24 or so under green, Neil.
Mike, that was what was going to be interesting. That's the first time we've had these two guys that have been leading the race off and on, setting on equal tires. It was going to be interesting to see how it shook out. It looks like Earnhardt's car is going to be pretty good. I thought the Ford car might be able to really do something with him because he had been leading a lot, but they're on equal tires and he's still holding him off a little bit.
12 changes among 6 leaders. Average speed, 131 miles an hour. We should be running on a record here today. With only just the one caution flag for 7 laps for Rick Mast. Here are the drivers that have led this race. Fewest caution laps ever, 14. The 1992 race here in October had only 2 caution laps. And we are running ahead of the race record right now.
That's the race for 6th place. We see Alan Kowicki trying to get around the Jarrett car. Kowicki's trying to get into 6th position right there. There's Kowicki in 7th. The 55 car is in 8th place, so quite a pack of cars. Schrader right there with them.
And all of them on the lead lap.
And the reason Musgrave's back here is because he had a pit stop. He lost about 6 seconds, a quarter of a lap there in that one stop over Mark Martin's car. So he would be in better position right now had he not had that long stop.
Boy, we had a car come all the way up. The 64 car came off 4th turn, got completely sideways, and got up in the high-speed traffic, but just luckily got straightened back out.
John Chapman in his first Winston Cup start. Held on to it. Good battle here. Here's Kowicki looking 3 wide, but Jarrett pulls his off on Ricky Rudd. This battle from 6th place on back. 4 cars right in it.
Rudd's a couple of laps down, but he's battling to stay up as high as he can. The other guys are battling for position.
Look at all the people involved in getting tires ready for Dale Earnhardt's car.
And look at all the tires. They're planning on using a few of today.
Well, at least they've got a lot of combinations to choose from.
The best I can tell, if you win the race today, you'll just lose $1,000. The amount it takes to buy all those tires.
1.4 second lead for Earnhardt. He's beginning to stretch it out a bit. And Mark Martin, who sits in 5th, is closing it back up on Harry Gant.
Well, Mark always had, like Buddy talked about earlier, Mark has got a good ability to set a car up where it gets better and better. And we see him usually in most of the races just keep coming on, and he's starting to run Gant down now.
This race is 7 seconds behind the leader. Mark is closing.
Tell you what, when you got a situation where you're abusing stuff a little bit, you kind of ease it along, try not to spin the tires or rough them up. And somebody like Andy might be halfway pacing himself, and he sees the 6 coming, and he'll have to try to pick the pace up. We see a little bit of oil flying up on the top of the screen up there.
We've got a couple questions about the oil used in these cars. As we look at Dale Jarrett moving up and around Hut Strickland here, still with Alan Kowicki right behind him. That's the 6th place battle. Whether it's the same oil you put in your family car and what weight oil they use now, and whether it's mineral or synthetic oil.
You can put the very same oil, 20 W50 in a lot of them, 30 weight, 40 weight. It's the call of the crew chief and the mechanics, what they run in the race car. And it is the very same oil that's in a can in the stores all over the country. So there's nothing trick about it. Very little synthetic oil used yet.
Morgan Shepherd back on the racetrack. I called, he's been out for 18 minutes. He's back in. I called Jay Fry at Valvoline and said, need some oil for the race car. He said, well, I asked him what I should put in it. He said, well, the older guys like 2050 because they're used to running that old, you know, that thicker oil and needing it. He says all the young guys want 1030, want that real thin stuff.
And just to add a little bit more to it, when they qualify, they'll use 5-weight. They'll use a real light oil, and it lets the motor make a little bit more horsepower, and they'll just cater to the conditions, whatever the temperature is.
And it also depends on who built that motor, how much. You wouldn't put 1030 in some bad motor, I'm going to tell you.
215 laps complete. Earnhardt, Irvin, Wallace, Gant, and Martin as you watch from Wally Dollabek's car. We'll be right back. 219 laps complete. Morgan Shepherd's returned to the garage area. They'll put another setup onto that car and send it back out. And a lot of questions on the 800 line about Cale Yarborough's car as we've watched this battle side by side for 6th place. Dale Jarrett, the Daytona 500 winner, Alan Kulwicki, the Winston Cup champion, and Ted Musgrave, man who's fast, making a name for himself. 2 Fords and a Chevrolet.
Boy, Jarrett got in there real hot. Car slid up the track a little bit. Kulwicki still left him that outside lane because coming off that corner, you're not sure. You can't see that guy on that right rear corner. You're not sure if he's got in between you or not. So you got to leave it in case he does.
Now Musgrave with the bottom of the racetrack, using that against Dale Jarrett. This will move Kulwicki up to 6th and Musgrave to 7th behind Mark Martin.
You know, that shows that outside groove can be used, but it's still not the fast way around this racetrack.
I started to mention Cale's car. It now carries 98. That'll be on it for the season. That was the choice of their new sponsor, Bojangles Restaurants. They have a 98-cent value menu. So that's why the number has been changed from 66. The car numbers are actually the property of NASCAR. They dole them out. And to answer another question, 43 has not been officially retired, although Richard Petty's not behind the wheel. He says, well, we might let that set for a year or so. Richard has the right to use it, and then after a year it reverts back to NASCAR.
What he's done, he's bought that number, though, and nobody else can run in there and get it. He's got it in reserve, so if he did want to use it, he could.
Can't see anybody else wanting to use it.
No, it's got to be disrespectful, I would think.
I would too. And they might someday retire it. That decision has not been made. Richard in California wants to know why foreign cars aren't allowed to compete in NASCAR. Well, technically, an import auto manufacturer could apply to NASCAR to have their car approved. But right now, none of the offshore manufacturers are building cars with 358 cubic inch pushrod V8s.
Mike, one of the big things it's got to be 75% American made. And what's really unique about it, most of the guys can answer to that. I know most of the foreign manufacturers are 75% American parts, so they're available to enter in there if they get a motor for them.
Now, a bit of trivia from Greg Fielden. Jaguar and Volkswagen both had cars in Grand National races back in the 1950s.
Greg is just so smart. He thinks of things I never would have thought of that.
Even if I'd known, I never would have remembered.
This is the race for 10th right here. Davey Allison's catching Schrader right now. Both cars look like they're pretty well even. They've been running this way for a few laps now, but Davey's closing the gap ever so lightly.
Battle for 10th. You watch your Napa Field standing update here. All these cars are on the lead lap, back to 12th place. That should come up as Phil Parsons, who's having quite a run here today. All these cars are on the lead lap.
Looks like Davey's got this car a little bit better as the day went along.
Yeah, he'll pass Schrader. Now, these cars you're seeing on the rundown are a lap behind. Back through Brett Bodine, and now the rest of these cars are 2 or more laps down.
Well, I tell you, Darrell tried to stretch that thing a while ago, Mike. We just saw him 2 laps down. He was trying to stretch it and catch a caution, and when he didn't, it actually cost him 2 laps. He pitted just as the leaders went by, and then the caution came out, and he got caught in the pits.
Lead battle now, a little over 2 seconds, Earnhardt to Ernie Irvan. So that's pretty much stabilized. On fresh tires, Earnhardt got a bit of a jump and got out there, but now, Neil, it seems to pretty much stabilize first to second.
Yeah, I guess they're just getting all they can get out of them without abusing them. A driver of this caliber, that's driving these race cars out here, knows when he slips that tire. If you run in the corner a little too hard, slide the front wheels, you can feel it. You burn the rears up off the corner. What you concentrate on doing is just don't abuse them and try to run as fast as you go without abusing the tires.
Neil, let's move back to the race for 17th place. Brett Bodine and Terry Labonte are racing for position. That's Derek Cope with them. He is one lap back of that group.
We're watching Terry Labonte. He had a pretty tough wreck yesterday in the Busch race here.
Yeah.
Took a real hard shot, but it didn't seem to hurt him, other than he's a little upset about the wreck happening anyway.
The big wreck yesterday, Todd Bodine, and again, we want to stress he is okay. He's treated at the hospital and released. We'll get a chance to show you a bit of that later.
Yeah, and we want to say, Tom Higgins, hurry up and get well. One of the riders for Charlotte Silver there, and he does all the motorsports for that particular deal. He had some injuries, and hurry back to us, man. We miss you.
Buddy, not just a rider, but a big race fan. Big wreck off turn 2. Schrader in it.
Schrader had been battling along there with Davey Allison. I don't see Allison involved. It is Kenny Schrader against the wall. And Mike Potter's car very slowly down the back straightaway. Well, they've shortened up the Kodiak Chevy a good bit.
There's several cars right in front of Earnhardt trying to beat him to the line.
And Mike Potter has spun in turn 3 now. He was apparently part of the incident. Davey Allison had just passed Schrader prior to this incident. Now there's Jerry O'Neill. You see the left front of his car is pretty well banged up. And it's going to come to rest against the front straightaway wall. He's unable to steer it. We are under caution.
Well, they come
Jerry
Schrader.
Hill, rather. Excuse me, not O'Neill. Jerry Hill, it is.
There's Schrader. Look at the back of the car. The back is jacked up real high on the left rear. It's crammed in there against the left rear wheel. Another problem it's going to create is that's the area where they put the fuel in the car. The first concern is to get it off of the tire. The next concern is the fuel fillers right there in that area.
And a lot of cars have the oil back in that corner, too, so there's a lot of problems in that area.
The dry sub tank, that's right. Feeding time at the zoo. Here come all the cars in the lead lap. Earnhardt, Irvin, Wallace, Gant, Mark Martin, Alan Kulwicki, Ted Musgrave, Dale Jarrett, and Sterling Marlin. All those cars are on the lead lap. So is Bill Parsons. They will all elect to pit this time.
Talk about a big benefit. You get to pit. If you're on the lead lap, you pit the first time by. Everybody's a lap down, has to wait a complete lap, so it's a big edge to stay in that lead lap. There's no question. We'll see 4 tires on all these cars with them discussing having a little bit of trouble, so everybody will go with 4 tires.
Oh, now talk about spoiler angle. Schrader's car with that back end kicked up there like that. Actually, that'll add more drag than downforce.
Boy, I tell you, Schrader did a heck of a job to keep him running Earnhardt. Earnhardt turned out his pit. Schrader was coming in and just about nailed him coming in. Kenny locked it up, missed him.
Now there's some spoiler.
Yeah, that one's not going to fit the templates anymore.
No, sir. That's not even going to make the blue zone or the green zone.
Boy, like I say, they might work on this thing, but they've got to figure some way to put fuel in the car, and it's completely gone back there.
Now this is Jerry Hill's car, driver out of La Platte, Maryland, the Bell Motor Company Chevrolet, and they'll have to hook it up. He could not steer it down to pit road. See that 7 on the back of Rick Wilson's car? We had a lot of comments about that. It's a company, Logo 7. They make sportswear. And we asked Rick Wilson's car owner about his expectations for this year.
Well, we don't know what to expect. It's like going in any other season. You go in with high expectations and try to fulfill them, and that's basically what we're doing now. We're starting a little bit different than what we've been doing because we've got a different driver, but we still got to run against the same people under the same circumstances. So, you know, we're rolling our dice, hoping our numbers come up bigger than anybody else.
TNN Motorsports exclusive coverage of the Goodwrench 500 is brought to you by Napa, because there are no unimportant parts. Behind the new Trans Am safety car, here's the way they're running caution lap 237 right now, just crossing the stripe. Earnhardt, Irvin, Wallace, Martin, and Kulwicki. All these drivers are on the lead lap. Gant, Musgrave, Marlin, Jarrett, Parsons, and Davey Allison are all running on the lead lap. Let's have a look at what brought out this caution flag. That sent Ken Schrader spinning.
When it comes in this camera there, we see Schrader's already sideways, but also the car behind him's gotten around, made like they got into something.
Mike Potter.
Mike Potter was already sideways, unless Schrader got sideways and then he locked it up behind him. But when Schrader came in the shot, it was already out of control.
And I don't see the 56 car of Jerry Hill.
See if we can see it here. There's Schrader coming in.
They made contact right
Sure
at
did.
the very early part of that.
Maybe it looks like maybe Potter broke loose, slid up and hit Schrader and turned him sideways.
And then Jerry O'Neill got right front damage. I keep saying O'Neill, I'm sorry. Jerry Hill. And ended up parked, and they hauled him back to the garage area. Ken Schrader, Bobby Labonte, Brett Bodine have made pit stops. Glenn?
Well, the Schrader just pulled the 25 car away. The problem is, once you get the car filled up with fuel, there's an overflow line that lets you know it starts spouting gas out. All right, that thing was crimped. They couldn't tell if they were getting fuel in the thing or not. It had been so short, such a short time since he'd been in got fuel. So they think they have the problem corrected now. They dropped the vent line out between the crack between the deck lid and the body panel now because the back end's so bashed up. They're going to bring him back in, so we'll monitor it again.
Kenny Schrader has now dropped 1 lap to the leaders as a result of that smack with the wall up there in turn 2.
Neil, it's amazing how they got this car back down where it looks like a car in the back.
They've done a good job, but let's go back down to Glenn, back in the pits.
Okay, now, boy, they're splashing fuel all over the place. The NASCAR guy here, I don't know if they're going to allow this or not. They didn't get any fuel in the car. They still got a big problem. They're going to send Kenny back around. I believe they're going to have to bring the car behind the wall. And the NASCAR signal is official is signaling 1 to go now, so he might not be able to get this fixed under caution.
And 1 lap will go racing.
You know, Mike, we had concern about that. That area is really damaged, and that's a male-female coupler right there, and it's got to be a positive hookup for it to work. And as bent up as it is, it's going to be hard to make that work.
Here's the way they're running, Neil. On the outside lane, that's where the lead lap cars are. Earnhardt the leader. Ernie Irvan in second. Rusty Wallace in third. Mark Martin in fourth. In fifth, Alan Kulwicki. Sixth is Harry Gant. Seventh, Ted Musgrave. Eighth is Sterling Marlin. Ninth is Dale Jarrett. 10th is Phil Parsons. And 11th, Davey Allison.
Mike, we saw a little bit earlier, we saw Hut Strickland able to race with Earnhardt. If you'll notice, he's the car on the inside trying to get a lap back, so he might race Earnhardt to get this lap back on this restart.
11 cars on the lead lap. Another 6 1 lap down, and Waltrip falls to the inside on the restart. Car will not come up to speed.
Must be in high gear. He's going, but he just can't go fast.
That's Darrell Waltrip.
But you're going to have me asking the questions, why so many transmission problems? But looks like Darrell was at 4th gear only.
He's now up to speed with the pack, but way back. Hut Strickland got a good jump, but not enough to get back on the lead lap.
One thing about Earnhardt, he don't let you have anything easy. He's not going to let anybody back in the lead lap that might challenge him at the end.
I tell you, the 4 car's putting a lot of heat on Earnhardt right now. He's closer than he was on the other restart. He looks like he might have helped his car. A while ago, he moved up on him right here in the middle of the corner. There he makes that move again. If he can continue to do that, he'll loosen Earnhardt up off that corner.
2 Chevrolets and a Pontiac lead this field as we're coming to halfway.
And when I say it loosens him up off that corner, when you make that run, it's just like a snowplow shoving in the front of snow. You actually got a big boil of air, and you shove it up under the rear of the car in front of you, and it lifts the rear wheels off the ground. So if he can continue to make that run, he can give Earnhardt some trouble. There you go. You saw him loosen him up. He turned to the inside.
Plus, Neil, all that air that flows over the top of Earnhardt's car, then goes right on over the top of Irvin's car instead of pushing down on that rear spoiler. It's like one big long car instead of 2 separate ones.
I think Earnhardt will return the favor now that he's in second place. You wait and see how close he gets up under him.
While we're watching the leaders here, we just got a call from, they said NASCAR said the Schrader's car is okay. They were just overfilling it.
So it was full. Not that it wouldn't take gas. It was all full.
It looked to me like the trunk was full when they left.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll hold 55 gallons. They don't need any more.
Nope. The Chevrolets of Irvin and Earnhardt, then the Pontiac of Rusty Wallace, then the Fords of Mark Martin, Alan Kulwicki, Harry Gant Chevrolet, Ted Musgrave's Ford, a Chevy for Dale Jarrett, a Ford for Sterling Marlin, and a Chevy for Phil Parsons, a Ford for Davey Allison. Those are the lead lap cars that are pretty well sprinkled out, Ford versus GM here.
Yeah, I think that atmosphere we had in Daytona, that some people just threw their hands up and said, hey, we're out in left field. That's not the case. These cars are pretty equal.
7th place here, Musgrave and Jarrett. Jeff Bodine's run well here today, but he got caught a lap down. Ooh, he almost got...
Oh, there goes
There
Jarrett.
goes Jarrett.
But Rockingham, big wide area, and if he can stay down, he's okay.
Another spin. Off turn 4, it is Kenny Wallace. Jarrett got going. So does Kenny Wallace. Somebody ran into the back of Kenny. Darrell Waltrip, perhaps.
Yeah, Darrell's got the nose of his car caved in. We didn't see that. He just came by with the front end caved in.
It almost looked like Jarrett had to spin his car to miss that other collision.
Well, coming up off that corner, that's the loosest area on the racetrack. And if he had to make a quick turn on the wheel to avoid hitting him, it could turn it around like that. It looked like Musgrave in the 15 made contact and caused the rest of it behind him.
Third caution of the day.
Yeah, there's a lot of front end damage on Darrell Waltrip's car there.
Well, now everybody was just in making pit stops about a dozen laps ago. Waltrip, of course, has to come in with damage. So does Kenny Wallace. And Dale Jarrett likely flat-spotted tires. Let's have a look and see what happened here.
Looks like Bodine got sideways and Jarrett jerked the wheel a little bit to avoid it. He started toward this inside wall here, and when he missed this corner right here, he's real lucky there. He righted the car, no damage really.
Nice save.
I'm not so sure the 44 didn't. Maybe made a little contact with Jarrett in the rear as they was coming off that corner when everybody stacked up real fast. See the other car spinning behind it.
I'll tell you, Joey Chitwood never did a better job than Jarrett or Kenny Wallace of swinging that car around and saving it.
Look at the 44 car, the blue car Petty's. Looked like they might have tapped a little bit because the 18 sure came around in a big hurry. And like Buddy said, Jarrett was lucky that he swept down off the track here. You'll see the end of that guardrail.
Well, the start of the whole deal was the 15 car getting a little worm in, everybody checking up a little bit, and when you're running tight quarters like that, the further back in the train you go, the more trouble you got.
See, Jarrett locks that car down, swings it around, and then he's in position to drive it away. We're going to take another look at that first replay angle from a little earlier and see what precipitated this.
Okay, there it is. That's why we never analyze too tight. He got a piece of the 15 car right there.
Now watch 44.
Jarrett had to lift for the 55. Looks like the 44 might have got in the right rear because you saw the rear pickup, just a chain reaction, just like on the interstate, but you're about 100 miles an hour tacked on it here. And see if we can see on back in here where these other cars make contact.
I think we will in this angle.
They're coming in off the corner right here. There's Waltrip.
Top left corner of your screen.
There, they hit right here. There's Waltrip. You see him coming up off line. He runs in the back of Kenny Wallace. Turned Wallace around. Couldn't get stopped. So, I mean, it just stacked up front to rear, and they just kept bumping into each other.
Nice job by Bobby Labonte of missing fellow rookie driver Kenny Wallace there. Darrell's car behind the wall in the backstretch pits to see if they can pound out enough of that damage to get him back in the race. 250 laps complete. We're under the third caution of the day, and the leaders stay out on the racetrack. They do not pit. Back after this. We're just past halfway at Rockingham. 252 of 492 laps completed. Coming up on TNN, we'll be at Richmond next Saturday with the Busch Grand National cars, and the following Saturday at Atlanta, Georgia with the Busch Racers. Winston Cup cars will be there as well. And there's a look at the schedule coming up for the Winston Cup Series. Make plans now. The ticket offices of many of these tracks are open today. You can call up and order your seats or ask for a ticket brochure.
Here's the Goodyear building over there. We see the tractor trailer rigs with Goodyear tires, and they're throwing them out of the tractor trailers and hauling them in Goodyear, and they're mounting them. You see the guys there with the little buggies. This guy's fixing to roll back on this buggy. He's got 4 tires mounted right there. Looks like the Country Time car, Bobby Hamilton, getting 4 more tires ready to go.
Let's check with Randy Pemberton.
Well, here's Darrell Waltrip in the car. Darrell Darrell, what happened out there?
You know, it's one of those deals. Had to go the rear, and it's pitting over here messes up everything. You know, we didn't know we pitted too soon. Here we are to take the green flag, and they say stop and go the rear, and everybody else is racing. I'm stopping. That puts me at the back behind everybody, and then they had that wreck, and Kenny come off a corner, and I guess he saw what happened. Slammed on brakes before I could even think about it. I hit him in the rear.
You be able to get it back out?
Oh, we'll get it patched up, but junk now.
Well, Darrell makes a good point. The cars that pit on the backstretch, and there just isn't enough space for everybody to pit on the front straightaway. But the cars that pit on the backstretch, especially on cautions, once all those lead cars pit on the front straightaway, then they get to pit and have to come back out. And usually when you pit on the backstretch, you restart toward the back of the field. And that's where Darrell got caught up in that.
Speaking of restarts, here's a chance for Hutt to get that lap back in the end, right there on the inside. But he's like Irvin and Earnhardt got a gold jump on him there.
Yep. He's not allowed to beat Ernie to the flag. Irvin's the race leader. You're not allowed to be ahead of him when that green flag waves. From Mark Martin's car. In 4th place.
Ooh, look at Earnhardt go in that corner.
Trying him on the outside.
That's as close as it looks. But Strickland dives it on in there.
You see a car run like that, you say, how in the world did this car ever get a lap down? They've been working on it since the first pit stop, and they've got a good combination. That car is one of the fastest cars on the track right now.
Yeah, they did get lapped on the racetrack under green. The car just wasn't quite right at the start of the race. That crew has worked and worked on it. Mike Hill and Junior's crew. And they've got it right.
Yeah, that long green run hurt him at the first race.
Strickland in the number 27 McDonald's car needs to make one more pass to get back on the lead lap. Ernie Irvin, though, is going to be tough to catch, let alone pass.
It looks to me like the 2 car, Rusty Wallace, I tell you, he's making a run right now.
A little further back. Cars that are on the lead lap. And quite a battle here. Sterling Marlin, the 8th car. Ted Musgrave. There's Jarrett threading the needle as Musgrave goes high. Davey Allison gets under him.
That's 2 of the cars that were in that little shoving match off turn 4 right there. Looks like Jarrett and 55 got together a little bit off of that corner. Got out of it in pretty good shape.
Now they're back to single file. They cleared most of the lap cars. Brett Bodine also got caught a lap down. He's in the midst of that group. And here's Davey up on the outside of Dale Jarrett and Phil Parsons. Now there's a car that's just turned around about 500% since the start of this race.
Boy, there's the 12 car right in front of this bunch. Got completely sideways. And just as Davey Allison, those guys were coming up, the 12 car was completely sideways one corner. He got it straightened out.
That yellow car, that's 12 Jimmy Spencer. Richard Napa update. Spencer is probably the one driver on this racetrack who can run a car as loose as Dale Earnhardt and likes it that way.
There we see Jarrett trying to go around the outside the 8 car there. Sterling Marlin.
Buddy, you run your school here and teach all these folks to stay down on the bottom groove. How tough is it to run up high, especially coming off turn 2 there?
Well, it's so different because you have 2 different racetracks. The front stretch, you come out way out wide against the wall, and on the back stretch, you don't have much choice. That car jumps out towards that wall, so you really have to be respectful of the second turn over the 4th turn. So you see right here, they sweep out off this corner, and then you go to the back straightaway, and it's like running almost straight at the wall coming off the corner.
Turn 1 here. That sharp exit off turn 2.
Now watch the cars go across.
Davey Allison on the move. In 7th place. And closing in on Labonte, a lap car. Harry Gant, next car in line, ahead. Sterling Marlin moving underneath.
We saw Earnhardt drop back a while ago, Mike. Rusty Wallace has been all over him. He's been up under him, outside of him. Rusty's car right now looks like it's a little bit quicker. just can't get that line up off the corner like he wants it. Rusty's car's been running real quick the last few laps.
Rusty this morning was pretty confident he had a car capable of winning this race today. And he is showing it. Past the halfway point, 264 laps come up. 230 to go.
We saw the tail end hang out on Rusty's car. We were in the car with him. There he's going down there right in the corner behind Earnhardt. Look at him sawing on the wheel. Like Buddy said, he keeps the wheel. He's got the wheel way back on his chest. Rusty stays right on top of that wheel. And you'll see him go down there and turn him. When you got to watch for trouble is when you got to snatch that wheel back to the right off the corner to catch up with it getting loose. Putting a lot of heat on Earnhardt. He's wanting to go the inside.
Now, Ricky Rudd is 2 laps down, and Kyle Petty about 60 laps down behind them. Further back, Davey Allison continues to move up on the rest of the lead lap drivers. We asked his car owner, Robert Yates, if Daytona set him back a bit.
Well, if history will repeat itself, we started off in 83 really bad and won the championship, and started off good in 82. So, but it's time to get it going. This bothered me.
Riding with Rusty Wallace, who an instant ago was side by side with Dale Earnhardt. Had to drop back a bit there, and now Ricky Rudd is underneath Wallace's Pontiac to his immediate left. Here's the way they're running. Wallace, the third place car, now has cleared Rudd and sets back after Earnhardt once again, but they were dog and pony for the second spot there.
Mike, I'll tell you, just one lap ago, Rusty was totally beside Earnhardt. Matter of fact, he had about a half a car length out front, and he got loose going in the corner. Earnhardt pulled back around him, and then Rudd was all over the 2 cars. It's hard to tell what's coming next.
What's coming next is this race for 5th place. Harry Gant moves into 5th ahead of Alan Kulwicki and snuggles right up to the rear bumper of 4th place Mark Martin.
Saw Kulwicki close in a minute ago. Here we are on Mark Martin's car, looking at the back of it. Ooh, it's hard to tell who that is. Spoiler side. Is that Gant up on the outside?
That's Gant working on it.
We would have mounted that camera higher. However, that would have interfered with Mark's vision out his rear view mirror. So that's the best shot we can give you from that angle.
You know, we kind of see this thing go back and forth. One guy's car will be good on one stop. Next time they make 4 tire change, they come out. The next guy's a little bit quicker. There's Kyle Petty several laps down, just trying to get those points.
We have a spin here.
That's our rookie driver, John Chapman. Keeps it way down, and we'll get a caution. First time Winston Cup starter. And Huck Strickland had gotten past Dale Earnhardt, but not Ernie Irvin. He does not get back on the lead lap. Chapman out of Stony Point, North Carolina, driving the Dick Bear car. Remember, Dick is the fellow who started what is now the Bahari race team that Mike Waltrip drives for. Part of the family that owns New Hampshire International Speedway. Dick did much of the excavation work up there. Caution out again. Make this the 4th one of the day at lap 274. And Darrell Waltrip is back in the race.
Waltrip said it's junk, but he's got the junk running again. He's trying for those points. Boy, here we go. This is Ernie Irvin, the leader, going down in the corner. And boy, they got together right there. Ernie cut down in the corner a little bit. The 64 car slid up and tapped him. 64. Ernie did a good job not to get in the wall himself.
He's in the pits. As is Rusty Wallace and most of the cars on the lead lap. The rookie cars are identified by a yellow stripe on the rear bumper that they wear all year long. For the more experienced drivers to notice who's who. Ernie back out. See, it'll be Rusty Wallace.
Yeah, Rusty beat him out of the pits.
Winning the race down pit road.
We could see a minute ago his car was plenty quick. Let's see if he can hold him off on the green.
Good stop for Buddy Parrott's crew. Penske, Miller, Wallace, Pontiac.
Speaking of which, Buddy Parrott was probably the fastest tire changer that I've ever met. He was a tire changer when I worked for Harry Hyde.
Here's Randy.
Buddy Parrott, what an excellent pit stop you guys made. Well, I tell you what, I've been talking about this crew, and so is Rusty in preseason. Right there was a 1740 for 4 tires.
That's kind of unheard of, but I'll tell you what, these guys doing a great job.
Not only that, buddy, but why is it so important for Rusty to take the lead right now? Why was he pushing Earnhardt so hard?
Why was he pushing Earnhardt so hard? Because Earnhardt needs a winner's circle. We need a winner's circle. We got to gauge him. We got to find out why we got to beat him.
There's also, they got to pick up 5 bonus points, guys, to lead a lap. That's very important.
That's true, Randy. Winner's Circle is one of a number of appearance money plans NASCAR has for the top teams, and it's worth more than $250,000 a year. There's a spot open on it right now. Next team to win gets that spot. That helps to explain why sometimes cars that finish in lower positions earn more money than cars that finish higher. It's because of Winner's Circle and other appearance plans NASCAR has. We're under caution. We'll be right back. The Nashville Network's exclusive coverage of the Goodwrench 500 is brought to you by Ford and your local Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? You saw Wally Dolleback shifting gears as he came up to speed on the restart. Looking ahead at Brett Bodine. We're back under green. Wallace, head of the class after the great pit stop by Buddy Parrott's crew.
Mike, we even had some of the other teams call up to the booth and want to know, did they change just 2 tires? They couldn't believe they did 4.
Kenny Schrader on pit road as we go back to green. And looks like trouble under the rear of the Kodiak Chevy.
But we got a call say he lost his brakes and they're looking at the rear.
Ernie Irvin in second. Earnhardt is third. Harry Gant is fourth. That's 4 GM cars. Then the Fords of Mark Martin, Alan Kulwicki, Sterling Marlin, and Ted Musgrave.
We got a call. They said on the Schrader car, the left front caliper is broken and the brakes are gone on.
Earnhardt and Gant for position. Ricky Rudd 2 laps down, but Rudd running in 18th position. Back into the clutches of those Fords. There's a look at Harry's Skoll Chevy from Mark Martin.
Woodsley's way up ahead of him. There's a leader going down the corner. Rusty Wallace got a big jump on that start.
9th place, Ted Musgrave, Phil Parsons battle it out. 55 and the 41 car.
I'll tell you what, Phil Parsons is driving the wheels off this car.
He's having a great day.
Big pack of cars like this is when you're concerned. That many of them packed up getting down the corner. Somebody, we've already seen what happens. Somebody has to get out of the gas, stack them up in a hurry.
They've got a way to go to catch the lead pack as they've strung out a little bit here into 3 groups on the restart. This is the 3rd pack of cars. Make that 3 groups and Rusty, because Wallace is flying away from this field.
You know, we talked about it earlier. When somebody's running close to each other, it makes that much car harder to drive that car. Whoever gets in the lead and gets a little bit of distance here, he's literally in the driving seat. He doesn't have anyone else messing with him.
Pick up 4th place. Harry Gant behind 3rd place Earnhardt.
Boy, I tell you what, that's 2 determined race car drivers racing for that spot right now. I believe Gant's a little quicker through the corner.
Yeah, he makes a strong run from the middle of the corner out.
You know, 3 laps ago, he's fallen back right to where the Fords were, took right off, and he's caught Earnhardt.
We see him gaining on Hut Strickland there. The 4 car of Ernie Irvin was able to get on around Strickland. So now we got the 4 car right up in 2nd place.
This battle for 3rd. We'll pick up the race for 9th. Ted Musgrave, Phil Parsons. Both well in contention.
As Buddy mentioned earlier, that one time that they got shuffled around, it got him back a little bit.
5th place here, Mark Martin, Alan Kulwicki. You see these 2 fellas running together on the racetrack a lot, and you don't see them side by side too much. You know, it looks like they have a good trust in each other, where each other runs, and that the 2 of them together might be able to pick something up on the rest of the crowd instead of battling each other side by side a lot.
You get a lot of calls from the pit say you're quicker with so-and-so in front, or you're quicker with that guy. if you're willing to work with them and just go at that pace, it's better for both teams to work together like that.
After all, there are still 200 laps to run here.
Or dark, whichever comes first.
200 laps.
These two guys here, was talking about them working together and everything. They're very intelligent also, both of them.
Earnhardt and Gant, third place here.
Gant's car's been able to make a strong move right here in the middle of the corner. Drive up behind Earnhardt.
Seventh place, Dale Jarrett. Sterling Marlin in the 8 car. The Ray Vestas Ford of the Stavola brothers. That Interstate Batteries machine headed back up front.
Mike, I was down in the pits this morning. Here comes Joe Gibbs walking by. I said, man, Coach has a great run at Daytona. I bet you got to be thrilled. He said, it's the biggest thrill I've ever had. I said, hey, you won a couple of Super Bowls. He said, man, that thing at Daytona was unbelievable. What a guy. I tell you, what a car. You would think the Super Bowl was right there somewhere, wouldn't you?
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. Probably just as high up, not quite as recent. As close as they run here, out of all the Winston Cup tracks, we had a phone-in call. Have there ever been a tie for position? There's been one dead heat in NASCAR history. Buddy Baker and Cale Yarborough at Daytona, July 1974, crossed in a dead heat for third place. And what they do, that was the question, they split the third and fourth place money.
I still think I beat him.
Boy, that's a racer and you're coming out.
Huh?
That's the racer and you're coming out.
Greg Field in Series 40 Years of Winston Cup Racing will tell you the next week, Cale must have got ill about having to split the money because he won at Bristol, Tennessee. Then he won at Nashville.
Buddy, you made him mad.
And at Bristol that next week, who did he beat? Buddy Baker, first and second.
Here's Gant with looks like he's got a shot at Earnhardt on the inside. Really sails it off corner and gets in the front. Here comes Earnhardt right back on the inside.
Man.
That's almost a patented move right there. You'll go by him and you better be ready because he cuts back the inside. Gant's really got the car down in the corner good. He says, hey, I'm staying out front.
Yeah, he'll get a good run because he's on the outside there coming off the corner and ought to have a good straightaway speed. Look at Kyle Petty there. He said, I'm not just going to ride around. I'm going to race a little bit too.
Now that'll allow those Fords to close in just a bit on Earnhardt and Gant, Mark Martin and Alan Kulwicki. In fact, now they are side by side. They've swapped position. Kulwicki now goes in front. See if maybe that combination can allow them to close in on the GM cars.
You see that happen a lot. So let one team lead a little bit. And the other guy said, we're quicker with so-and-so out front. They'll run that way for a while.
Was that my eyes, or did that car swish around quite a bit coming off the corner then?
That looks like quite a bit to me.
I think they're all swishing today a little bit.
Alan Kulwicki, the Hooters Ford. 26th at Daytona after they dropped the cylinder while in contention. He was one of the top 5 cars. Yeah. The engine went sour.
And Mike, they were tickled to death. You know, usually Daytona or the big tracks is not one of Kulwicki's strong suits. They were tickled to death the way the car was running. And even when it blew up, I saw him at the airport after the race. He said, hey, I can't complain. That's the best we've ever run on the big track. So he's real optimistic about the season again.
You know, when they first run restrictor plate races, Harold Elliott was the engine builder for Rusty Wallace, and he said, we're going to concentrate on the 25 races and kind of let those 4 races go. And they found real quickly that you just can't let anything go in Winston Cup racing. They had to go right back. Harold, David Evans, the other fellows in that engine shop for the Raymond Beetle team at the time, get right back to work and put in a huge effort into restrictor plate racing. You can't win a championship on 25 out of 29 races.
Not when 10 points determines who's champion in this series. You can't give up anything.
Dale Earnhardt gets under Hut Strickland. This is not for position. Strickland is 1 lap down, and Ricky Rudd is 2 laps down. Kulwicki, though, is on the lead lap, coming in the 7 car, the Hooters car. So is Mark Martin. Now Bill Elliott's in the picture as well. He is 1 lap down in 13th place. This is 7th place here. Dale Jarrett, and Sterling Marlin. One of the better runs the Stavola car has had in some time.
After the flying at Daytona they did, they were lucky at Daytona. The car got up in the air, landed. You would have thought surely it did a lot of damage, and they still had a decent finish at Daytona. And the one on the left side really had a decent finish. Dale Jarrett. Boy, I tell you, they ran a great race down there.
That's as decent as it gets. A lot of mail and a lot of calls about the last lap of the Daytona 500. If you were watching the show, after Dale Jarrett took the lead, after he took the lead from Earnhardt, CBS producer Bob Stenner told the other announcers to lay out, including yourself, Neil, and said, Ned, cheer your boy home. He had the lead. See if he could win the race.
Let me tell you, Mike, I was sitting right beside Ned, and anybody that didn't like that, I could care less. I mean, I was sitting there with Ned. His son was fixing to win the Daytona 500, and if he didn't express his emotions, he wouldn't have been human. And I thought it was one of the best calls we ever had in racing.
I agree. I agree. And he did not cheer against Dale Earnhardt not to win the race. He was just pulling his son home. Boy, Alan Kulwicki got a slip there.
Whoever writes the bad letters about that needs a letter shoved in their ear.
Randy?
Andy Petrie, seems like Dale just slipped back just a little bit. Is he okay?
Yeah, I hope so. You know, we hit a tire on pit road while ago with the left front wheels. We really hadn't run as good since we've done that. I hope that's not what it is. He says it's a little bit tight. You know, won't turn quite as good as it did before. We're going to try a little adjustment here and see if it helps.
Crew chief, new crew chief for Dale Earnhardt. Andy Petrie was with Harry Gant the last 2 seasons. Kulwicki and Dale Jarrett. Jarrett moving toward the front. He's past that group of Fords. And going to work on Ellen.
I tell you, Kulwicki's car is extremely loose. I've seen him turn it completely sideways coming off the floor just now.
He's still digging. He doesn't want to give up that position right there. There's Jarrett side by side, and they're gaining on Elliott right there in front of him. This has almost turned into who can outslide who deal.
Yes.
Right now, they're slipping and sliding, but they're still doing some hard racing.
Elliott not on the lead lap. Later this year, we'll go up to Dover Downs to cover 2 Winston Cup and Busch Series races as Sterling Marlin gets underneath Kulwicki here. This is 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th place here. And at Dover Downs, this just in. A racehorse named Darrell Waltrip has just won the 6th race at Dover Downs.
I don't guess it ran into the back of anything.
I don't guess it did. This Darrell Waltrip here is not having such good luck. That into the back of Kenny Wallace. There are your leaders, Wallace and Ernie Irvin. One of the owners of that car, Larry McClure. Is luck one of the keys to winning a championship, Larry?
That's it. I mean, I'd rather have no luck. Just I don't want any bad luck. So, you know, that got us in Daytona. And we're looking forward to running for the championship. Unless some unfortunate things happen, I think we'll be in there this year.
Riding along with the race leader. Clear sailing in front of Rusty Wallace's Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac.
You think racing's not a big mental game, too. There's no doubt he had a good race car. You put him in the front, he's checking out.
Look at your top 10. They are all on the lead lap.
Boy, that good pit stop, and I'm telling you, he's taking advantage of it. He's going.
Back to 8th place. Ted Musgrave on the lead lap, and Phil Parsons. They've been running about that distance apart for a while now, but still on the lead lap. Davey Allison is catching Parsons, however. And that will soon be a race for 9th spot.
Now, there's Jeff Gordon right there in front of Musgrave. Gordon is a lap down, but he's been coming along ahead of Musgrave. He's passing these other guys. He got a lap down. Watch right here. He's trying to get around Hut Strickland.
And Musgrave will pull right up on his bumper. Harry Gant, 3rd place car, has caught Ernie Irvin. 12 laps ago, Gant was 2.5 seconds behind Irvin. Now he's the width of the Sunday paper away.
And to top it all off, Irvin's been 30 miles, Gant's been 38. Running that high line, but he's still running down on the big side of this racetrack. There's Irvin. He saw him out there, gave him that room. You put a lot of trust on that guy on the inside when you drive on the outside of him. Just hope you know he's out there.
They are 2 seconds behind Rusty Wallace, the race leader.
You know, they talk about Gant's age off and on. If you ever go to a place that should test you, it should be Dover and Rockingham, where we're at right now. And it seems like the tougher they are, the better old Gant pours it on. I'm tired of hearing about old Gant. He ain't old, he's just mean.
53 years old.
Nice guy, I tell you.
Yes, he is. Let's update you on the rookie battle as we watch this. Jeff Gordon is 13th, 1 lap down. Bobby Labonte is 27th. Kenny Wallace running in 29th. Randy?
Leo Jackson, he's talking to Harry Gant right now. He's keeping a stopwatch on him. Leo, he's mowing him down right now.
Well, he's pretty good here. In fact, he's real good here.
A man of few words with a nice smile there.
That says it all. Gant has 5 second-place finishes at the Rock.
I like what he said. Gant's good. No, he's real good.
An economy of words, kind of like an interview with Jake Elder.
That's one of the longest statements I've heard Leo make. I'll tell you, Gant's going to do good if he just doesn't run out of racetrack up there. He's got that car really working off the top side, and he's gaining on Rusty in a hurry.
Bobby Labonte drops a lap to the race leader, Rusty Wallace. 14 lead changes among 7 drivers. We're off the pace, the record pace, about 6 miles an hour slower than the record because of 4 cautions for 27 laps. 11 cars are on the lead lap. Alan Kulwicki, the last of those right now. And only 3 retirees from this race. Jerry Hill, Rick Bass, James Hilton, Mike Potter, and Morgan Shepherd have spent time in the garage. So has Darrell Waltrip and Kyle Petty, but they're all still running.
See, Rusty, I guarantee you, he knows in that mirror that he's got Gant coming. And I'm sure they're telling him over the radio, but Gant is reeling him in.
Well, he knows in his mirror, or certainly he knows on his radio. Let's check the interval from first place back. Here is Wallace. Number Gant is now the second place car. Start-finish line. 1.1 seconds or thereabouts. And closing.
Yeah, just a few minutes ago we could have checked it in blocks.
Yes.
But he's cutting it down in a hurry.
Now, the one thing he's got to worry about, Rusty has, is when Gant goes by and he sees he's faster running that upper lane, his car's set up to run on the bottom. Harry's been up there all day, so his car is set to run on the high groove.
Let's check it again. Next lap 5.
Under a second. Let me tell you, in this type of racing, when you click a 1/10 of a second off somebody, you're getting it done. And he knocked 3 or 4 tenths off on that one lap, so he's keeping him alive. Just out the back of Rusty's car right here. That's Gant way up there on the top. Looking out the back of Rusty's car, see Gant. But right here is where he makes the big move. Coming off the corners where that momentum really sends him sailing down the straightaway.
Davey Allison, meanwhile, has caught Phil Parsons. This is for 9th place. On the lead lap. Parsons trying to give car owner Larry Hedrick his first ever top 10 finish in Winston Cup racing. New sponsor this year, Mannheim Auctions. And back up front, you can measure that gap in car lengths now.
We saw Schrader move over. Schrader's had some problem with his car. Kenny's the kind of guy, if he knows you need some room, he'll let you have it, and he takes off again.
You know, more than that, and here I know it takes a good spotter, takes some help. Kenny moved up to let Rusty Wallace go by on the bottom because Rusty was running the bottom lane, and Kenny moved down to let Harry Gant go around on the outside.
Let me tell you, that goes a long way. You'll remember that. And on a given day, you can take that guy back. But if he gives you the hard time, you also remember to pay him back. Give him the shuffle someday. But Schrader's always on the good side of working with him.
5th place here. And Mark Martin gives it up to the Daytona 500 champion, Dale Jarrett.
Dale's running Harry's groove now. It seems that the groove is getting fast on the top part of the racetrack.
We are 325 laps in, with Rusty Wallace leading Gant, Irvin, Earnhardt, and Jarrett. The view from Rusty Wallace's car a moment ago, incredible. Everybody up here held their breath, and I know a couple of hearts stopped. Derek Cope slid up the racetrack right up in front of Harry Gant. Gant ducked down to the bottom to pass Cope, and as he came back to the high side, You could read the whole right side of that car from up here in the tower. He was about 30 degrees loose.
Yeah, Gant was completely on Rusty. I mean, he was fixing to pass him in that one lap, and he got up there and got tangled up with the Cope car and fell back. But he did a heck of a job not to stick in the fence.
Or into Derek Cope. We're going to show this to you as it happened just toward the end of that commercial break. Watch Gant.
Gant's going around the outside of Rusty. Goes up there. Watch Cope move up. Cope slides up right there. He's a lot slower. Gant's got to cut the car down. Watch him turn down right here. He gets up beside Cope, but when the trouble starts, watch him come in front of him right here. Come across. Got the back end sideways, straighten her back out. That's a handful on radial tires.
Here it is from behind.
You really don't have to say much. When you get a radial tire broke out that far, you normally loop it. Anybody but Harry Gant, a person with his skills, would have lost the car right there.
Now all this happens in a blink of an eye. Let's show you this again from the first angle in real time, just as it happened. Cope trying to give Rusty Wallace room. Here's Harry. Scared me.
Yeah, but old Harry's back in business now. You know, this is not the end of the racetrack where he's been working them so bad. We're coming up on Gant's strong place, going down in turn 3. Gant goes in. Watch Rusty go low. Gant to swing up to the top of the racetrack, up high.
If he gets any higher, Greg just said he's going to need a ticket to get back in.
And he's flirting with it out there. If he gets any higher, his right side car is going to be red and white.
Traffic again.
Oh, now this is
going to get interesting.
And Dave Marcus. Marcus is 26. Trickle has spent some time behind the wall.
Here they come off the corner. Rusty had to move up to place. Oh, here we go. Man, I tell you what, I told you had to put a lot of trust on that guy to know you were out there. I think Gant realized that he wasn't far enough out, rolled out. Rusty closed the door on him.
He's right back after him. This is as good as it gets, folks. Right here.
Okay, now watch. As we go down this end of the track, you're going to see Rusty dive to the bottom. Gant take that patented line right to the outside. Now, getting back in the throttle is the trick right here. Gant's got enough on him now. Rusty has to see him out there. Rusty left him the room that time. He knew Gant was going to be there.
And more traffic ahead.
That's called he did and he didn't. He presented that quarter panel and then pulled back down. But we have a car in the wall.
He's okay. That's the 64 of John Chapman.
Yeah, but Gant hit the wall. Gant slapped the wall coming off turn 2 as he went around Rusty at the same time. Boy, I tell you, if we can get back a shot of that, as he went around Rusty, he bounced it off the wall.
And he's got the lead. Harry Gant has muscled his way to the front. And from the high groove, where maybe only he can. Car is spun in the backstretch to the inside wall.
So much smoke, it's hard to tell.
Ed Ferree, the Saxonburg, Pennsylvania driver, has brought out the caution. The 5th one of the day. Race back to the flag. Gant the leader. Buddy Harry Gant got up there right where you were talking, that exit of turn 2 where it's so tight there, and he found out just how tight.
Yeah, but, you know, the 64 car hit the wall just before that, and then Harry hit it, and then this car hit it. I don't understand what's going on over there. Must be a little bit of moisture or something down over there pulling them cars into the wall.
Yes, 3 of them in a row got into it.
Well, let's see. Gant's car is okay. They have to wait a lap or 2 for pit road to open on these caution periods, and the leaders can dive in, which they will.
He's going to try to see if there's any damage on the right rear, on the right side of Gant's car where he slapped that wall.
I know Earnhardt's glad to see his thing because he was dropping back fast. He was like 3/4 of a lap back on the lead cars at that time.
The key to Rusty's success in that last green flag run was getting off pit road quickly. Now again, 4 tire stops. Looks like, yes, Gant is getting 4. I thought he might only take 2 there, but 4 tires for everybody.
Boy, I tell you, Rusty, this guy's pulled another one.
You bet. Harry Gant's crew was actually a little quicker, but Rusty was pitted further down the lane, so he will be first on the restart. Ahead of Gant, Irvin, and Earnhardt. Harry Gant, 21.8. Rusty Wallace, 19.7. 20.9 for Earnhardt. 21.2 for Ernie Irvan. All pretty close, but again, Rusty's crew, very fast. Let's have a look at what happened up there at turn 2.
See if we can see him coming off the corner here. Whoa. It's hard to tell if he turned around on his own or got a little bit of help.
Well, this car got hit in the back by the Country Time car going by there. I seen that right on. He nailed him right on the
that's
back end coming
Faree.
out the corner there.
Ed Faree going to the inside wall.
It looked like he got a little bit of help coming up off that corner. Unwanted help. Luckily enough, he didn't hit that inside wall really hard.
Faree, the Busch Grand National driver, does not have a lot of Winston Cup experience.
Safety crew's picking up little pieces of trash, junk all over the track. Look how wide that thing looks, and you can use about 20 foot of it up there off that corner.
You're right. Ed Faree's second Winston Cup start. See if he can get that car back into the race. .340 laps complete. Mike Waltrip, running 25th today, asked his car owner Chuck Ryder for his goals for this season.
We'd think we definitely need a win this year, and probably a top 12 in point standings would be realistic, and I think that would be an accomplishment for us.
Motorsports coverage of the Goodwrench. We're back at the North Carolina Motor Speedway, and we're getting set to go racing once more. On the point after pit stops, Rusty Wallace. Harry Gant will be right behind him. Ernie Irvan in third. Dale Earnhardt in fourth. There's Dale Jarrett fifth, Mark Martin sixth, Sterling Marlin, Ted Musgrave, Bill Parsons, Davey Ellis, and Alan Kulwicki are on the lead lap.
Mike, you want me to take this restart? It sounds like you got a frog in your throat.
I hope that was on tape. I wonder what the frog had for lunch.
I don't know.
Here we go. We're back to green. I'm told the tape machine dropped a valve.
Yeah, turn up too many RPM.
We'll look for it. Now, Kyle Petty, if you joined us late, had transmission trouble. Spent about 58 laps behind the wall, so he is out of the race for the win here today. Harry Gant is the second place car. Ernie Irvan is third. Dale Earnhardt is fourth. Dale Jarrett is fifth.
There's Ernie Irvan trying to get under Gant. It seems like they can handle Gant on fresh tires, and then when they get hot, he's able to pull away from everybody else.
Glenn Jarrett?
Well, Mike, after that pit stop, I came to Dale Earnhardt's pits to see if they were able to correct the problem. Richard Childress, the car owner, told me that they thought they'd knocked the toe in out on the pit stop before when Dale hit that tire. They did not have time to adjust it. All they had time to do was come in, give him 4 tires, put fuel in it, send him back out. But Richard said the car just hasn't run as well as it had before that incident. So they've got a problem they don't think they're going to get the fix.
Thanks, Glenn. 345 laps. 147 to go. Neil, we saw those pit stops a moment ago. Cars coming in and out of the pits, especially under green. They're a priority, one of our 800 calls. To who has the right of way? The car coming into the pits or the car coming out?
That's kind of judgment call from the driver in the seat. It's like pulling up to a 4-way stop sign. You just evaluate who's the next guy to go. But if you know the guy's in contention to lead the race, you let him on out. It's just a judgment call from the driver. There's no in or out, has the right of way.
Well, what if you're both on the lead lap?
Then you put a dent in his door as you leave pits. It's every man for himself, best I can tell.
Sterling Marlin in the Ray Vestas car, there with Ted Musgrave. Ricky Rudd is 2 laps down. Rudd's car, in fact, after the 2 pit stops for tires, has been as good as anything out here. But he got a couple laps down. Trouble in 3.
Davey Allison just fine. He's off the track down in the bottom.
About 4 guys almost went with him.
I don't think anyone hit Davey or Davey hit anything at all. Matter will it re-crank down there? Yeah, he got it fired up again.
He's a lead lap car, and he's got to get going because here comes Rusty.
If he
They're
can get it
coming
going.
around to the flag.
Come on, Davey.
And I don't think he's going to make it.
No, they're going to try their best to beat him back, put him a lap down, and they're going to do it.
Allison goes a lap down.
You know, before the race, he said he was off the pace. They corrected it, but that's going to cost him right there. We see him right there getting in the corner. The red car behind him, I don't know if they got together or not. That's Bell Elliott. Davey was sideways as they entered that corner. It's hard to tell if he had any help or not. We might be able to pick it up a little bit further back on the replay, but it's hard to tell right there what happened.
Yeah, I think the camera was swinging back, and that's where we first saw him. So he goes a lap down. There were 11. Now there are 10 cars on the lead lap.
Well, I'll tell you, that's frustrating. You start the race, and you're way off the pace. You're working on the car all day long. You get it better and better and better. Stay in the lead lap, and then a spin like that puts you a lap down, and boy, it's hard to ever get it back.
A couple of cars, Hut Strickland and Rick Wilson, come to pit road.
I tell you what, they got to start looking at now, Mike. When we see these kind of pit stops, we usually say, can he make it the rest of the way on fuel? That's what the guys start working. How many stops you got to go? Now they got to start weighing out 80 lap runs. So we're 160. You know, they got to look at different, getting in earlier.
TNN Motorsports coverage of the Goodwrench 500 is brought to you by Split Fire, the patented performance spark plug. It only costs more till you use it. Caution flag out here at lap 351. 6 caution flags, and in one lap we'll go racing again. Davey Allison coming off the pits. He was pitted on the back side. Your pit position is determined, or you get to pick your pit position based on where you qualify. Since Allison did not finish his qualifying lap, the car cut off. He started the tail end of the field and, of course, got to pick last.
You know, we had a lot of guys back there. Walter, the field is so strong as they are in Winston Cup racing now. You miss qualifying just a little bit, and you're not going to be anywhere you want to be on pit road. Not necessarily the front, but all the way the back's terrible.
10 cars on the lead lap. There are 5 of them. Wallace, Irvin, Earnhardt, Gant, and Jarrett. They're followed by Martin, Marlin, Musgrave, and Kulwicki. And we were carrying Phil Parsons on that lead lap as well. He is still on the lead lap. There's that yellow car, top of the screen in front of Kulwicki. Green flag. Bobby Hillen up there in that like teal-colored car trying to get around. Where's the Jade? That's green, whatever. It's kind of green. And there's Rudd right back up with the lead lap cars. Ricky certainly hasn't been holding them up. If anything, he's been putting the pressure on.
Boy, what a jump. Rusty Wallace got on him again. And every restart, he's really jumped out to a big lead. Some of the guys have been able to reel him back in, but on the starts, he's tough.
Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin. On the bottom, there is Jeff Bodine. And just ahead, Derek Cope. Cope is back in 22nd spot, 3 laps down. Jeff Bodine is 1 lap off the pace. First of the cars a lap down, he's 11th.
You know, watching Dale Jarrett run there, you could sense at the top of the show, he said, you know, we won the Daytona 500. We've got to get some consistency to be in this hunt for the championship. They're right here in the middle of this thing. He's running like 4th or 5th place right now, so they're getting that consistency.
We talked a little earlier about the evenness between the GM and the Ford cars. Chevys and Pontiacs now positions 1 through 5. The highest place Ford is 6th, Mark Martin. There's Phil Parsons underneath Bill Elliott. Bill is 1 lap down, running 12th. Terry Labonte is 13th. There's Labonte's number 14, the Kellogg's car. Then Davey Allison, who is now falling a lap behind with that spin.
There's Mark Martin getting under Jarrett going down in the corner.
And Sterling Marlin coming up. Good run for Sterling today. He's had 8 second-place finishes. Musgrave and Kulwicki. That's for position. 9th and 10th on the lead lap. Davey Allison has gone past Terry Labonte there. That's for 13th place. Allison in the Haviland car, number 28.
There's Parsons, and they're still trying to get around Bill Elliott. Elliott coming back on the outside. Parsons cleared him that time. Boy, you know what's crazy? On every one of these restarts, we almost forget about Gant. He falls back, but he gets better. You know, his car gets better when everybody else goes away. He needs to hope for long runs. Look what a traffic jam up off turn 2. You see Jeff Gordon right in the middle of this. Guy's really used his head. As young as he is, concerned with finishing these races.
And having a strong run here today. He is 15th, 1 lap down. Out of this race.
You see Alan Kulwicki down on the inside. He's trying to get around Bill Elliott. That's Davey Allison up behind Elliott. Kulwicki down on the inside trying to pass Bill.
Now, Bill Elliott and Davey Allison are racing for position. That's 12th place. Kulwicki is on the lead lap. He's the 9th place car right now. Check that 10th place car. At 5th place, Mark Martin in the Valvoline Ford. The Interstate car of Dale Jarrett right with him. 10 cars on the lead lap. Here they are. Rusty Wallace, Ernie Irvin, Dale Earnhardt, Harry Gant, and Mark Martin, the front 5. Dale Jarrett, Sterling Marlin, Phil Parsons, Alan Kulwicki, and Ted Musgrave all on the lead lap. At the North Carolina Motor Speedway, 125 laps to go. And this man right now is the class of the field, Rusty Wallace. In the Miller Pontiac, Ernie Irvin's Kodak Chevrolet is 2nd. Dale Earnhardt is 3rd. Harry Gant is 4th. Mark Martin is 5th. Let's have a look at the separation back to 4th place Harry Gant. We were talking during the break that the longer they run under green, the better Gant's car has seemed to get. He's the 4th place car right now, 4 seconds behind the leader.
Mike, this will be interesting. Every time they have a green restart, he falls back. We'll check him in about 10 laps and see where he's at. The longer they run, the better he gets. So we'll just have to see if Gant makes that progression again.
Let's have a look at it this lap. And Chapman falls another lap down to Rusty Wallace. Start-finish line. Wallace, Irvin, Earnhardt, Gant. 3.9.
I mean, on the restarts, he was right there with him, and he fell back about 6 seconds. And now he started that little clicking away move of his. The longer they run, the better he gets. We'll just have to see if it continues.
You know what that means, Neil? Near the end of the race, if they run under green, Gant will be right up there bidding for the win.
A couple more young fellows that would like to be right there. Mark Martin in 5th. Dale Jarrett in 6th. Let's go to Dale's, what do you want me to call him, smarter brother? Here's Glenn.
Well, his other brother is standing here with my brother-in-law, Jimmy Makar, who's the crew chief on Dale's car. Jimmy's keeping lap times. Jimmy, Dale's car seems to get better and better under longer green flag runs.
Yeah, that's true. Can't really go real fast on a few laps. It's kind of like we qualified, but the car's pretty good after a while. We're kind of hoping the thing goes green here the rest of the way and we get one more stop in. And hopefully the other guys will get a little bit worse. We'll get a little better, maybe be in position to win it.
Have you had to make many adjustments to the car?
We've tried a lot of stuff that we've gone back and forth on, and really all we've done is tighten the car up just a little bit right now from where we started. But it's still not perfect, but we're having a pretty good run today. That's what we're looking for.
Well, a real good run. He's been very steady, been in and out of the top 10, or in the top 10 most of the day, now trying to get in the top 5.
6th place right now, Dale Jarrett. Not much attrition today. Only 4 cars have fallen out of this race. Lori from New Mexico called in, wanted to know what the least amount of cars were to finish a NASCAR race. Any guess?
Why are you looking at me?
No. I can tell you. They had a pile up in Talladega. It took about 28 cars out right at the very first. That has to be the one. Is that it, Greg?
No. Neil, what would you guess?
7.
Would you believe 1956 NASCAR convertible race at Asheville-Weaverville Speedway, Curtis Turner won it. He was the only car running.
Curtis probably wrecked the rest of them. I shouldn't say that. Curtis really got after him, man.
Rusty Wallace, the leader. 10 cars on the lead lap, running 8. Phil Parsons having a great day here at the Rock. Here's Randy.
Well, I'm standing here. Doug Richard, he's having a great run out there. You've given him a great race car today.
I tell you, he's doing a real good job out there today, and I'm glad, because the guys had a real long, hard winter, and they put in a lot of hours, and we put together, I think, a very respectable crew here today that's performed well, and I'm just glad for Manheim Auctions, DuPont Paint, Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and Chevrolet that we're able to do it.
Well, he spent a long time with Darrell Waltrip. He's learned to get those sponsors in there, that's for sure.
They've learned how to make that race car work, too.
I want to get a close-up of the car. If it's got that many heads on it, it's got to be small riding.
Wallace lapping past Michael Waltrip. Michael having a tough day, but soldiering on. He's 26th position. And he now goes 8 laps down.
I don't know what lit a fire in this bunch here, but Rusty was kind of 3rd or 4th or 5th place there. They pulled off that big pit stop and got him up front. He stayed there. He's really got the thing going good. They probably worked on the car also.
Neil, you know that happens all the time. When you get a great pit stop, a driver really gets perked up and says, if these guys want me to win that bad, then I'm going to give them everything I got.
Good point. Here's the 12th place battle. Davey Allison, Bill Elliott, and right with them, Terry Labonte is part of that. We asked Junior Johnson if he sets goals for his 2 drivers.
I know enough about this sport to know that bad luck can make you not have a win all season long, but if you get your team put together, you got a good solid team, both of them teams should win the races.
Rusty Wallace continues to lead the Goodwrench 500 in his Miller Pontiac. 1.7 seconds is his advantage over what has become a 2nd place battle. Ernie Irvin and Dale Earnhardt running for 2nd. Harry Gant is slipping back a bit in 4th place. Mark Martin is 5th. Dale Jarrett, Sterling Marlin, Phil Parsons, Alan Kulwicki, Ted Musgrave, all on the lead lap here. As you ride with the leader, and now we have a look back at what's fast becoming a race again for 2nd place.
And that's Rusty right up there in front of them, so they're not that far back.
These two dueled each other pretty hard during that last run of green flag racing. Then it was for the lead. Now it's for 2nd spot here.
Rusty probably sees this back here and kind of got a smile on his face. These 2 guys here mix it up a little bit. That should help Rusty.
I tell you what, Dale Earnhardt and them have to be extremely happy with the way that car is running right now. Last year at this time, he was 2 or 3 laps back. He could not keep up, and this year he's right up there with a chance to win.
Ernie Irvin, they really want to get going here at this track. At Daytona, they got tangled up in that wreck, and it really cost them, so they got a good run going here.
Mike, I see something else. Harry Gant, he may be using up 3 racetracks, but he's gaining like crazy on the 2nd, 3rd car now. It won't be long before he's in the picture frame.
Well, there's 2nd and 3rd. Irvin and Earnhardt. There's your leader, Rusty Wallace. Gantz looks like he's closing it back in once again.
Yeah, we picked up his radio call while ago, and he said he's getting loose, but loose to him must be fast because he's moving in on him again.
And the longer we run under green, it seems, the better Harry's car has gotten. 1.7 seconds is Rusty Wallace's lead over this pair.
There's Rusty working traffic down the back straightaway.
Dick Trickle, the Carolina Pottery Ford for Bob Rahilly and Butch Mock. Now let's check from Rusty back to Harry Gant.
Even though we're getting a call that he's having a little bit of trouble, just eyeballing, it certainly looks like he's gaining.
2.8 seconds. Looks like he's clicking off not quite a tenth of a second a lap.
Yeah, but it'll get closer and closer now. Once he starts making these moves, these cars start slowing up, and he seems to keep his speed up there a little bit better than the rest of them.
If he just doesn't run out of racetrack, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yep. There's second and third. No change there. 2.6. Again, it's cutting it down little by little.
We see him right here. He's a little bit high on this end. Where Gann has really been going.
Neil, what's a lot high if he's a little bit high?
I'm going to show you. Just keep watching. I'm going to show you what's real high. He's going in the third turn right here. Mike, that's what's high. When you get the left sides above the line.
Yeah, but look who he's catching here.
Yeah, that's, there's Earnhardt trying to get under the 4 car. And Harry's going to pass them both while they're playing around here. But, I mean, Gant was lower that time than he was in the last 5 laps of 3 and 4.
That's right. He almost got 3 wide there as he gets Irvin.
Can you believe that? This other, where he's coming to now, he's been flirting with all. He's had the left side wheels totally above the white side, the top line. Let's see if he gets that high.
I wonder, did they touch back there? As he pulls up on Earnhardt. We'll have a look at it in a moment. He and Ernie might have got together back there. High groove Harry Gant.
I'll tell you what, he's sitting there, he doesn't run up on lap traffic. I mean, we joke about it, but Gant does not have lap traffic.
No, not up there.
Everybody else runs into lap traffic all the time, and he's got clean racetrack that's just kind of no man's land, but he's got it.
It's like if you live in a big city on the expressway, the left lane is the diamond lane, and it's a restricted lane. Harry Gant's the only diamond car here.
Boy, here's where you get in a problem. See, Dale felt him that time and moved left a little bit. Eventually, you got to give him that outside lane, and he's going to take it away from you. There he goes. Up off this corner, Gant ought to get that momentum down this straightaway.
And you saw Earnhardt cut the car to keep it from sliding up into Gant.
Here's what you got to watch for off of turn 2. You know how tight it is. Can Earnhardt leave him that outside lane? Okay, there we go. That time he had to leave the lane. Gant was far enough up. Earnhardt had to stay 1 lane over and let him have it.
Lap traffic ahead. Ed Ferree is a factor. Earnhardt has to pedal, and Gant takes the spot, second place.
Now, while this was going on, Rusty did just like we speculated. He pulled out a good distance on them while they were doing this racing. But now that Gant's got the track and not having to mess with these guys, see if he can reel them in.
Watch Harry go up into turn 3. During the break, Neil said he was up close enough to read the scoreboard. I think he's up close enough to write on it.
He's still running low. I mean, he was up there above those lines before. He's got it under control a little bit more.
He is 2.2 seconds behind Rusty Wallace.
Just what's frustrating. Here's Earnhardt says, I got him. Oh, I hadn't got him. In the middle of the corner, you go all the way up beside him and say, boy, I got him this time. Then he drives off. What you hear Earnhardt, he'll dive to the bottom. Gant will take that top, and you almost feel like you're gaining on him. And off that corner, Gant will make that strong run.
Now let's go back and have another look and see if perhaps Gant and Irvin got together there, or did Earnhardt and Irvin get together? Yeah.
Did they ever?
Yeah, I would say that's one reason Gant close. Look at the smoke come out. It looked like the left front tire. Maybe Gant got on the brakes real quick. Big puff of smoke out of it when he had to lift.
Now Harry's out there, and you don't have to worry about where Earnhardt's at. You watch him leave these guys like they're stopped.
And old Harry says, boy, I don't need any caution.
Well, here's a familiar sight. Jeff Gordon tacked onto the back of Dale Earnhardt. We saw a lot of that 2 weeks ago.
He's having some problem. He's pulled to the inside.
Yeah.
And the leaders are going by. He's having a little bit of trouble.
But he's going to school right now. He's learning what he's going to have to do next time he comes down here as far as getting that car tight enough and the chassis working just right. He's learning. This guy's going to be something when he gets everything. Once you have something to go back to, then you have a lot.
I'll tell you what, when you go to school, this guy's going to get double promoted. He's going to make big strides to the front in a hurry.
There's another guy coming to the front in a hurry. Mark Martin just moved past Jeff Gordon, and all that infighting among the GM cars has allowed Martin's Ford, the Valvoline car, to close it right back up. That's Ernie Irvin ahead. From Rusty Wallace. Where'd everybody go?
That's Harry Gant, right up against the wall behind him. Gant is probably 30 to 40 car lengths behind him.
About 1 second.
That's Gant, you see, right on the top coming around there. And watch how quick he closes the gap off the corner here. Gant will be there 4 or 5 laps.
There's the separation. Rusty underneath the Kenny Wallace car. The Dirt Devil Pontiac. Both of Felix Savati's cars having misfortune today. Kyle Petty, transmission trouble. Kenny Wallace got caught up in a 4-car incident. Both out there still running.
Neil, I tell you, I believe Earnhardt is able to run with Gant. He pulled back up on him again.
And behind them, Ernie Irvin and Mark Martin.
Now there's Gant going down under Kenny Wallace. Seems like his car worked good on the bottom also.
And there's Irvin. And there's Mark Martin. Behind them, Dale Jarrett, Sterling Marlin, Phil Parsons, Ted Musgrave, and Alan Kulwicki are all on the lead lap, 10 of them. Then 1 lap down come Jeff Bodine, Bill Elliott, Terry Labonte, Davey Allison, Hut Strickland, Jeff Gordon, Ricky Rudd, Jimmy Spencer, Bobby Hamilton. That's the top 20 along with Rick Wilson.
That was a perfect example of what I'm talking about, not running lap traffic. We just saw Rusty Wallace run up on Hut Strickland, and he had to lift and follow him through that corner. Slowed him down a little bit. Gant's not having that kind of traffic. I believe you're right, buddy. Earnhardt, once he got sorted out around the 4-car, he's not gaining any, but he's holding his ground with him a little bit.
He is doing that. That's good to see.
Uh-oh. Smoke out of Jeff Gordon's car into turn 1. And the fellow who came in here, the leading Max Race Cars rookie, is now dropping off the pace.
Yeah, he pulled the inside.
.404 laps complete. 88 to go at the Rock. Here's a look at the leaderboard. We'll be right back. TNN Motorsports coverage of the Goodwrench 500 is brought to you by Keystone, Keystone Light, and Keystone Drive. Pasquale Dollenbach in the Keystone car running in 23rd position, carrying our TNN onboard camera today, as is this man, Rusty Wallace. 17 lead changes among 9 drivers. Average speed, nearly 10 miles an hour off the record. 6 caution flags for 36 laps. And add Jeff Gordon to the cars that are out of this race, and also rookie John Chapman is with his car in the garage as well. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, rookie phenomenon, Jeff Gordon. Jeff, you had a great run going there. What happened?
Well, we sure did. The car was running awful good, and can't say enough for these guys. We just got a lap behind in the pits. Had a problem with the jack, but I think we lost something in the valve train or something. Motor just started losing horsepower, and we would stay with them to the corners. We just couldn't keep up with them down the straightaways. It just got too bad. We had to come in.
Well, I know you got to really feel pleased so far about how things are going.
I can't believe how well things are going. I mean, these guys put a car underneath me today that I felt could win the race, you know, and we got a lap behind, and we were just trying to keep going, and get that lap back sometime today. But just got to thank DuPont and Valvoline. I think was that awesome. We just had motor problems.
Youthful optimism on the part of Jeff Gordon. He's got a good season to look forward to. Now, Rusty Wallace gets to look forward to Harry Gant.
Did you say youthful optimism? Is this old age optimism here? Gant taking the lead?
It's working, isn't it?
I'm telling you what. He just kept plugging away at him. We were guessing several laps ago, could he do it again? And here he comes, the longer they run. But, usually when you stop and get 4 tires, it's an advantage. Gant does not need a caution because it takes him so long to get her wound up. But,
53 years old. He lost to Bill Elliott by a foot here in 1984. Neil, you beat him to the flag by officially 8 inches in 1985.
Good as a mile, the best I could tell. But I tell you, he was a handful. Look here, here's the deal Earnhardt was facing a while ago. Drive up beside him, think you got him, he beats you off the corner. We'll go down to this next corner, you'll see Rusty dive back in the bottom. Again, and go up real high, real high. And there's Rusty, looks like he's up beside him. We'll watch him off of this corner. Oh, it's a tie.
I think Rusty's got something for him. I tell you, he's running with him now.
Now, is that a sponsored deal on the sail panel, the C-pillar, or is that just somebody having fun where it says old timer on there?
At one time, Dan had a deal with old timer knives.
That's what it is. It's a knife.
Yeah, you better treat him good. He's probably got a knife in his pocket, too. Watch him go in this corner. Watch how high he goes up there, and Rusty says, boy, I got you now. And he might have him. Now, here he comes. Whoa. Now they're getting good. What this does, though, this takes away a little bit of Gant's angle, and he's going that corner. He's got to be careful. He flirts with that wall every lap. Going down that third turn, he's getting awful close. Ooh. This is the best count he's had on him going down the corner. There he goes up top. He's further away on the right than he is front to rear from him all the time. The biggest lead he has is when he's on the side. There's Earnhardt coming in the pits right behind him.
The Skull Bandit, Harry Gant. It was this car, Gant's car, that took away a lot of the racers' superstitions about green cars when it made its appearance on the circuit.
Along with that 88 of Waltrip's, that Gatorade
yes,
car.
Yes, and the Gatorade car.
You, those green cars, when they started winning these races, people quit no hesitation to put that color on them after that. Rusty's turning in the pits behind. Gant went on by. Rusty's coming in. We see Earnhardt sitting on the jacks.
And Irvin's coming in as well. Dale Earnhardt's away. Fuel and tires. Now watch Rusty's crew. They have been quickest on the last 2 stops.
This is a very crucial stop now. If Harry stays out there a long time, he's going to lose a lot of track position. He's going to have a lot of racetrack to make up.
I think that's why the call was made.
He's coming in now.
Yep, as soon as they saw one of the contenders come in, they all got to do it.
Dale Jarrett there. Bill Parsons has pitted.
There's Gant turning in. Oh, he's got to be careful of that nose.
There was a little of that give and take coming and going, he and Dale Jarrett. Yep.
When you lead the race, you can take one they give you, though.
See, the lug nut's already off that left front. That's why I was hanging at that odd angle. They come around with the jack. Mark Martin is in. Bobby Hill and Bobby Hamilton making stops. Gant's crew is finished. Bud Strickland peels off down pit road.
This is when they've got to watch that speed limit, because NASCAR drivers meeting today was really strict, and we're going to watch pit road speed limit, so you've got to be careful getting that out.
Alan Kulwicki has moved up to 4th on the board. Ted Musgrave is once again the leader.
We'll have
the second time today.
We'll have to see how this shakes out after all this is said and done, where the guys are on the racetrack relationship with each other.
Harry Gant is a full corner behind right now, but that don't mean a lot the way he makes up the distance.
There's Musgrave behind Ricky Rudd, threads the needle on Mike Waltrip in the Pennzoil car. Outside Morgan Shepherd, who's 100 laps behind. Spent a lot of time in the garage. Bill Elliott, Brett Bodine making stops. There's Jimmy Spencer.
I'll tell you what, they're right in Harry Gant's time period right here with how many laps we have to go in this race. If it goes green the rest of the way, Gant will be back in business before it's over.
Yep. 70 laps to go right now. Musgrave on pit road with Ricky Rudd and Jeff Bodine. Bodine had moved up to 5th place before making this pit stop. Terry Labonte is in.
Although I will tell you, those 2 guys that Harry Gant's chasing right now will be a little tougher to pass with 10 laps to go than they have been up till now.
Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin back at it. Now, because of pit stops, this race is now back at about 9th place. They'll sort out here as soon as all the rest of the leaders have pitted. They're riding with Mark Martin and the Valvoline Ford of Jack Roush.
They're showing Rusty Wallace and Earnhardt being in 1st and 2nd place. Looks like the group of the leaders have pitted and sorted out with Rusty back in the lead and Earnhardt in 2nd.
Look at Earnhardt coming through the middle there.
By the way, that breaks the tie, and when Wallace came back out of the pits and retook the lead for the most laps led here, he and Earnhardt were tied at that point, and that's 5 extra bonus points. Everybody who leads a lap gets 5 Winston Cup points. The one driver who leads the most laps gets 5 points.
It's pretty evident after Atlanta that the crews keep up with that, and I'm sure they're telling these two drivers, so they're going to race just as hard now for those points as they would to win.
Rusty Wallace, last Super Speedway win, Pocono, 1991.
Earlier in the race, when someone could get right behind Rusty, it loosened him up a little bit. They might have corrected that problem. This is the closest anyone's been on him after a restart.
Race for third, Gant closing in on Ernie Irvin. Irvin has failed to finish the last 3 Winston Cup races going back into last year. He finished second here in October. That was the last time he was running at the checkered flag. Harry Gant in 1985 led this race 11 different times. Didn't win it.
There's a race for third and fourth right now. Harry Gant's closing in on Ernie Irvin.
And that's really the closest he's been, you know, this early after a stop. So unless he loses a little ground, he's going to really pick up here in a short while.
Harry Gant, one of the drivers featured in our contenders piece at the top of the show. We asked car owner Leo Jackson the odds on his team winning the title this year.
We could have won it last year if we just stayed out a couple of wrecks, you know. So we just, if we don't wreck and don't break, we can do it.
Derek Cope, running in 20th position, has just made a pit stop, fuel only. Gail Yarborough. Bojangles forward, Morgan Shepherd back in. Here are your leaders. Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt separated by just that much. Ernie Irvin, Harry Gant, Dale Jarrett. An all GM front 5. Mark Martin's Ford, Phil Parsons Chevy, and then Fords for Sterling Marlin, Alan Kulwicki, and Ted Musgrave. 1 lap down come Jeff Bodine, Bill Elliott, and Terry Labonte.
Bobby Labonte's in.
Bobby Labonte bounced off the wall in the backstretch. Caution is out. One of the 3 top rookie contenders. Best rookie class we've had in a long time here in Winston Cup racing. They all come off that Busch Grand National Series with a wealth of experience. Labonte, former champion there. This looks like the car Sterling Marlin drove last year, but it's a whole different team. Bill Davis Racing owns it.
See him coming off the inside, buddy.
Well, the 2 cars there bumped a little bit, and they run him right up into the wall there. Who was in that first car?
Pinned him against the wall. The car just went by. We talked about that all day long. You've got to leave that man that outside lane. Labonte was out there, and somebody didn't leave it for him and pinned him on the wall.
There's another angle after it's already happened. I can't.
It's hard to tell. This white car looks like in front. I'll tell you what, it's going to be interesting. These guys just about will have to come in and put tires on these things. It surprised me if they all don't come in again, even though it just stopped.
Oh, they'll have to. Here they come.
Yep, with 58 laps to go. Boy, here come the lead lap cars.
We've already seen how important it is to get out of the pits first. This is going to be really critical here, getting in and out.
Wallace is the first of those cars to come to a halt.
This also cuts down on the amount of laps again has to catch the lead car, because he's not as fast on restart.
Correct. Now the last of those lead lap cars to get stopped was Musgrave. Rusty's away first. Beats Earnhardt down pit road, and nobody's going to be close to him.
I'll tell you, I think of Rusty's are getting in and out of there.
I'm going to tell you, nailed to him is Dale Earnhardt. They got a super crew also.
On that last run, looked like Rusty was able to get away from Earnhardt. I didn't see him make any chassis adjustments. They can work with air pressure. We first went to radial tires. Everybody said there's no stagger. You can't work with them. They've learned now they can use air pressure to make the tires act differently. And I'm sure they're all jacking around with it right now.
Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Buddy Parrott, Miller Pit Crew Award of the race. It couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of guys and a quicker bunch of guys today. Great job.
I tell you what, I really appreciate this, and it all goes to the pit crew today, and of course Rusty's doing a lot too. But I tell you, it's a great day for us. I just hope it finishes up this way. I ain't got much else to say, guys. I'm out of breath.
Rusty Wallace won here in 1989. Pit stop's pretty well completed by the leaders. Cars laps down. Now along pit road. Dale Jarrett finishing up here. Rick Wilson, Terry Labonte, Jimmy Spencer, Bill Elliott getting service. And there's the back pits. Look at Kenny Wallace. What's left of Darrell Waltrip's car. Wally Dallenbach and Davey Allison. That's a speedy dry bag, it looks like.
Yeah, it must have blown out of the back of one of the safety vehicles. There goes the NASCAR inspector over to get it.
Jeff Bodine makes a stop now, and he'll give up track position. He was the first car one lap down in 11th place. And he'll drop now to about 13th or 14th. Brett Bodine, whose car sounded a little off when it came by a few laps ago under green, makes a stop. Glenn?
Well, Mike, a lot of frustration down here in Dale Jarrett's pit. Had a good run all day long. On that pit stop, they came in to change the right side tires. While the car was up, the impact wrench broke. They could not get the right rear changed. They changed guns, got the left side changed, but they had to come back in and change the right rear tire, so that's put them all the way back at the end of the lead lap.
Well, I tell you, changes in a hurry, Mike. You know, just something as simple as a little piece of equipment breaking, and it's going to put him to work now to get back up front.
One lap to go. There are your leaders. Jimmy Hensley driving for Jimmy Means. See that 800 number on the back of the car? That's to join the Jimmy Means race team and become involved. That's a free call. 1-800. They use his car number a lot. 552-GO-52. So to participate in the operation of the Jimmy Means race team, give him a call.
I hope everybody calls. He deserves a good sponsor.
Worked hard his whole career. Nice guy. I tell you what, it couldn't happen. I hope to see they get some help with that car.
Well, there's a way to participate.
I'll write the number down.
1-800-552-GO-52. Getting ready for a restart here. Lap count winding down. Estimate by our statisticians, if they get 50 laps under green, Harry Gant would have the handle and the time to march back up front. Might not take 50 laps, but we'll be right about there. And we have 52 laps to go. How about that?
And we've seen Rusty be able to pull away on these restarts. We haven't been able to see anyone that could handle him on the start of the race.
He and Earnhardt might have got together just a little there going into turn one. Here's Dale Jarrett flicking them off. Moving past Musgrave. 3 wide out of 4 behind the 2 leaders. And it almost didn't go. Mark Martin had to drop to the bottom under Harry Gant and Kulwicki. There they go again. 3 wide at the other end.
Look at Gant up there. 3 high. He drove it back on the outside of him.
Good. From Mark Martin's car. Bobby Hillen drops down and out of the way. Mark Martin sails on past.
That was a very important thing you just seen. Bobby Hillen knows these guys are racing to win. He gives the guy the hand signal to go to the outside, and he backed off and let him go.
Hillen is 5 laps back in 20th place. Your leaders. Pontiac, Chevrolet, and 2 of the most intense drivers ever to sit behind a wheel. Rusty Wallace, agitated, intense. Dale Earnhardt, just serious, get the job done, intense.
And Ernie Irvin's right in that front 3 there.
And he's just plain intense. 50 laps to go. 10 cars on the lead lap. Sterling Marlin dropping off the pace. Mark Martin tracks Harry Gant. Wallace, Earnhardt, and Irvin, the front 3. Note Alan Kulwicki up there in 4th. Paul Andrews and his crew had their best stop of the day on this last caution period. Rest of the lead lap cars, Martin, Parsons, Jarrett, Musgrave, and Sterling Marlin had dropped way back there just as we went to commercial.
Like you said, looked like he dropped a valve. He had a call in the pit, said he might have dropped a valve.
He is still on the lead lap, but barely. These three cars bearing down fast.
Looks like Ernie Irvin's just closing in on Earnhardt, and Rusty's not able to pull away, so we're going to have a good shootout here.
I'll tell you what they got to be thinking. They're 50-something laps away when they restarted this race. They all know in 50 laps they're hurting their tires, so they got to be thinking right now, save me something for the last 10 laps.
All right, here's the front three. There is Harry Gant tracking Alan Kulwicki in fourth. They are 4.7 seconds behind the leader. Gant is catching Kulwicki. There's Sterling Marlin. He's at the tail end of the lead lap. He's about a straightaway from being lapped.
I just seen some smoke come out of that left bank exhaust there, so he's having some bad problems. When he backs off here, you'll be able to see it. There we go.
Yeah, they said he got a valve out of it. He's fixing to do some more damage.
He's had a great run up to this point. Still holding 10th place, but soon to go a lap down. Back at 4th place, Alan Kulwicki, Harry Gant. Ricky Rudd still 2 laps down. He's up now to 14th place in the rundown.
For some reason, Gant went back to the low side of the racetrack. I can't figure that out. Maybe he decided to run low until the tires start giving up and then going to the top.
Yeah, you're right, but he's been going just as soon as the restarts were over, 3 or 4 laps into it, he'd be right back on the top.
Behind them, Mark Martin is 6th. Phil Parsons, Dale Jarrett. Ted Musgrave. There's a look at Mark Martin. Not all that far back. Neither is Phil Parsons. They're within striking distance of this one. Going up on Mike Waltrip's car.
Phil Parsons, I tell you what, he's had a great run today. We're proud of him from up here.
His brother Benny, who had a great career, clinched a championship here when Rockingham was the last race of the season, but never won at this racetrack.
He's closing in on Musgraves, it looks like. Oh, that's Mark Martin. My goodness.
Yep, Martin running in 6th, right where he finished the Daytona 500. Benny's younger brother, Phil. Grew up in Farmington Hills, Michigan, worked for his dad's cab company. Came south to go racing.
See if Gant's moved up any yet. No, buddy,
he's still on the bottom.
Kind of a strange move. He's been so successful all day up high, and now he's down in that bottom lane. The car just might feel better to him down there, and he might have tried it high once, and it did feel good. You got to make that call from the driver's seat.
Well, what they're doing, they're timing him right now, and they're saying, okay, you're faster at this point, and we're running the high side, so stay down there until you start losing ground, and then go to the high side, most likely.
They are 4th and 5th. And about 2/3 of a straightaway behind the leaders. And those leaders are not separated by all that much either. It's only about 10 car lengths from Wallace back to Earnhardt, and only about 4 car lengths back to Irvin. This, the closest battle on the racetrack, though. 4th place, Kulwicki and Gant. Let's show you some intervals here. There's Wallace, and you see Earnhardt 10, 12 car lengths back. There's Ernie Irvin, who is closing up on Earnhardt. It was about 4 lengths a lap ago. Now it's down to 2.
I see he's falling off over here on the back straightaway. He's slowing up right now.
That's Harry Gant.
Harry Gant.
You know, they just got a call from the radio. They said that Leo didn't know why he was down low. Gant knew there was something wrong with that car.
He's on the apron, too, coming in, so there's something pretty wrong.
So once again, Harry Gant will lead this race and will not go to victory lane. Glenn Jarrett?
Well, Harry Gant brings the car to a stop. The engine is not running right now. I think this is terminal. They've got the thing shut off. They're going to go to the hood now. They're not even attempting to change tires. Too late for that, but they're going to go into the hood to see if they can refire it, but I don't much believe they can. I see a little bit of smoke leaking out from the hood now. A lot of smoke as they open it up. I believe that's it for the day, guys. Leo Jackson just said that's it.
Boy, Harry had such a good run going. It's just a shame, but put on a good show for us today.
He really did. The racing he did with Rusty and with Dale and with Ernie, that high side, low side exchange, was pretty terrific.
Here we see Rusty out in front. We see Earnhardt probably 10 to 15 car lengths back. And just behind Earnhardt, we've got the 4 cars, probably not 5 car lengths. You'll see it in the shot right here how close it is. But time-wise, they're going to be down to 50-something laps on this set of tires. So the guy that's got the chassis right is going to be in good shape at the end.
Man, I hate to see him going behind the wall. You know that, Mike? That's just too much. Get down to 50 laps to go in a race like this and have problems at the end. Man, that's sick.
You know, people are wondering why some of those cars early in the race would patch them back together. This is when it starts paying off point-wise. You start losing some of your cars late in the race. That's when the ones that were damaged early fixed them, got back in the race. Like Walter, he's getting valuable points and some of these guys fall out.
Well, and so Kyle Petty. Kyle Petty has picked up an additional 24 points by putting his car back into the race. He would have been out of the event in 39th position, but right now he's up running 32nd or 33rd. Here's Glenn Jarrett.
Disappointing end to a day, Harry. What happened?
It looks like the oil pump belt come off.
Your car was really fast under longer green flag runs. You could really take care of them then.
Yeah, you know, we just don't have a lot of power, and we can't run with the cars that's got new tires on them off the corners. And I had to run like 35, 40 laps, and the only way I could get any momentum was to move up high, and I could get 500 more RPM, but I had no chance with new tires. You know, everybody was so strong. And, but if they run long enough, we could always catch them. And you know, Leo done a super job. He found a lot of stuff wrong this morning there that he worked the whole morning there and fixed, and it sure didn't make the car work good.
You were the class of the field. Sorry you had bad luck. Better luck next week at Richmond.
Harry Gant by the wayside today, but the lead battle is closing up. For 2 of these 3 drivers, this could be a win worth more than $300,000. Wallace, Earnhardt, both looking for that final winner's circle spot, as are Phil Parsons and Ted Musgrave among the drivers that are on the lead lap here at Rockingham. We'll be right back. "24 laps to go here at the Rock." These folks have been chilly, but they've seen a solid afternoon of racing. Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt turned up the wick a bit as Ernie Irvan closed in. Lap traffic has helped to separate what was a 3-car race into now a 2-car battle for the moment.
Oh, that's Irvan just barely touching the wall. We saw him make a strong run off that corner and just barely click the wall.
Now you see why I made you run almost a full lane off of that wall coming off over there, Mike.
And lead.
That gives you an indication how hard Irvin's running that car trying to gain on these guys. Just really, what you do, you get in the throttle right here, and you just pay the price up off the corner if you got in it too quick.
What Buddy's talking about, he dragged myself and John Force, the drag racer, down to his super speedway school that he and his dad, Buck Baker, run here at Rockingham. Had a lot of fun, learned a lot, too.
Yeah, I was out at Phoenix last week. The drag racers doing the show, and Force said he'd been doing some round tracking. I was getting ready to challenge him a little bit. I can't handle him in that top fuel car.
Nope.
I mean, in that funny car, but I might get after him one of these. Quite a guy. I'll tell you, he's entertaining.
Wallace and Earnhardt continue to just stay 3 to 4 car lengths apart.
I'll tell you what, sometimes there's 1.4 seconds in between them, but sometimes you'll make that call. Let me know when there's 10 to go. I know the driver's on top of what's going on, but you've got to save tires, save tires, save tires. And then when they give you 10 or 12 to go, then that's when you kind of throw everything out the window. But it looks like Rusty's stretching it some.
Now, as you come down that back straightaway, you can see that scoreboard with the lap count. Can you read it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. You can count the bulbs on it at this time of the day.
The hard thing to read is after you run about 4 hours, you look up and it says 250 laps.
Yeah.
You run another hour and it says 270.
Right. Getting ready to finish this one off. Less than 20 laps to go. Can Rusty Wallace hold off Dale Earnhardt? Can Ernie Irvan come up and make it a 3-car race? Can the Fords get in it? The Nashville Network's exclusive presentation of the Goodwrench 500 has been brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. By Ford and your local Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? And by cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft and Miller Genuine Draft Light, taking the country by storm. They are this far apart. In lap traffic, Rusty Wallace opened up a bit more advantage on Dale Earnhardt, and Ernie Irvan has been closing in. He's gone to the Harry Gantrew. There's that yellow Kodak car at the top of the screen, trying to chase down Earnhardt for second place. Allen holds on to fourth. Mark Martin is fifth. Let me take you a little further back here. Phil Parsons is sixth. Dale Jarrett is seventh. Ted Musgrave is eighth. Ninth, one lap down, is Jeff Bodine. 10th, Terry Labonte. 11th, Bill Elliott. Ricky Rudd's up to 12th. 13th, Hut Strickland. 14th, Davey Allison. And 15th is Bobby Hamilton. Sterling Marlin has taken his car to the garage area.
You're exactly right, Waldo. Always look at the 4-car. He was right on top of the racetrack. He's on a different line.
Sixth place race here, buddy.
Yeah, you see Phil Parsons and Jarrett is moving in on him here. This is a race for position.
Sixth place at stake.
There's Musgrave right behind him. We see him in the white car. So this thing could get down to 3-car battle for that position before it's over.
They've got a ways to go, though, to catch Mark Martin, the 5th place car, just ahead of this battle.
There's Jarrett trying on the outside.
Yeah, he got a heck of a run off that corner. I believe he's got the spot.
10 laps to go. It doesn't look like a long distance, but 10 laps is not a long time.
No, and Rusty has actually stretched it out over the last few laps.
Wallace's last super speedway win, Pocono, 2 years ago. He won Richmond last year. Remember 1984 when Ricky Rudd had one of the nastiest flips ever at Daytona, driving Bud Moore's car in the Busch Clash, came right back, next race on the circuit after Daytona. He won at Richmond. Deja vu. Rusty Wallace, Daytona, big tumble. What great therapy to come back here and run this well.
Yeah, that's a bad training program to go through to win a race. I'd hate to think that's the procedure. There's Earnhardt trying it high one time. There's Rusty in the bottom. There's Earnhardt. He's going to try. He hasn't been able to gain on the bottom side. He's moved up top like Gant. See if that'll do any good.
There's not much else left to try. 7 to go.
Boy, Rusty's car just looks so good right now. It's going to take something extra to be able to run him down.
And again, catching him's one thing, passing him's another.
Earnhardt tried that high side one time. They probably called him on the radio and said, hey, it's no quicker.
Lap timing in the Dale Earnhardt pit. That last lap, 142.6 miles per hour. Ted Musgrave, Bill Parsons. 7th place.
We saw Musgrave a while ago behind Jarrett and Parsons. He was able to pull them in.
He never quite regained the track position he lost on that one bad pit stop. He stayed pretty much in the back up till now, but he's making a little move now to get himself up in there for a good position.
That's right, buddy. But Ted will have a good finish, and Phil Parsons stays right where he is. Will give Larry Hedrick his first ever top 10 finish as a Winston Cup car owner.
That's great.
A big day for that team. Going to be 4 laps to go this time. The interval stays constant. 1, 2, 3. The 4th place car, Kulwicki, is well back, but he has a good margin and some lapped cars on Mark Martin. Then it's Dale Jarrett, Musgrave closing on Jarrett, and Parsons, the cars on the lead lap. Jeff Bodine's been a lap down most of the day, but running well. He's 9th. Terry Labonte is 10th. Here come the leaders. 3 to go. They've done all they can do.
Yes, sir. I'll tell you, that crew's done a heck of a job getting him in and out all day long. And Rusty ain't doing real shabby out there himself. He's hustling that thing.
Last year, a Ford won the Goodwrench 500. Bill Elliott's car in victory lane. Today, GM cars running 1, 2, 3. Ford, 4th and 5th. Andy Peter, Earnhardt's crew chief. A lot of folks thought he would help Earnhardt's team. He has. A lot of folks thought his leaving Harry Gant's team would hurt Leo Jackson's squad, and shown today, apparently, it has not.
Mike, it might be a combination. What they had was left there with Gant, and maybe people carried over to Earnhardt. Something that's helped him today. He certainly ran better at this racetrack.
Both ran well today, but Gant's car in the garage. Last time around the park. And in front of Rusty Wallace, pretty clear sailing. Darrell Waltrip ahead, but down on the bottom, out of harm's way. Rusty Wallace comes off turn number 4. Earnhardt is closing it up, but will run out of time. Wallace scores his 3rd Rockingham win. Buddy Parrott gets the dunk. Last lap battle. Musgrave caught Dale Jarrett, couldn't quite pass it for 6th place.
What's a good win for Rusty? I'll tell you, they ran hard all day long.
Talking to him yesterday morning, he was just so excited and confident about his chances here.
It is amazing the wreck he had down there and just come out and be this strong. That's great.
Man, I'm going to tell you, Buddy Parrott has turned this team around, and now they have the whole package. You're going to see a lot of this year.
22nd career Winston Cup victory for Rusty Wallace. First super speedway win since 1991 for Rusty.
You know what? That's the first time I've seen a guy take a victory lap in a long time.
In the right direction.
Other than Kulwicki, yeah.
In the right direction.
For Wallace, 14th super speedway win. The 1989 Winston Cup champion, and you rode along with him much of the day.
There's going to be a fight for this camera the next time we carry it. I mean, Mark Martin carried it yesterday, won the race, and here's Rusty today with the same deal.
Getting that helmet off.
Getting that hair off in place.
Yeah, put all those different hats on.
You watch, he'll leap out of this car in victory lane.
That's some fun grooming right there.
Here's Randy Pemberton.
Well, Dale Earnhardt taking the helmet off, putting his hat on. He had a big smile when he came in here. He didn't win, but I know it was a great run for you, Dale.
Well, Andy and David Smith and all the boys did a great job on the car, and you know, all the engine guys did a great job. Appreciate Goodwrench support. Won to win the race, but man, I drove my heart out that last 50 laps. I was going to try to catch him. I run him down, and he'd get away from me. I done everything I could do. He just was too much for me.
Anything you could have done to the car that you didn't do that maybe when you come back here next time you'll put underneath it?
Well, all day long the car was just a little tight in the middle of the corner. At the first of the race that was good, but as the track got tighter, they got better and I got worse, and I was having to wait on mine in the middle a little bit, and that's where they was beating me.
No question, Dale Earnhardt is back. 2nd place, a good strong run for this man today.
Well, that smile is because he takes over the point lead in Winston Cup racing. Let's go to victory lane.
Well, they're positioning the car correctly here in Victory Lane, and Rusty Wallace did a great job all day long. He had to have a little help in Victory Lane. Now, Rusty, one thing, I'm going to hold the microphone this time. Congratulations, that's a great job.
Thanks a lot, Glenn. I really appreciate it. I tell you, the whole deal, the key was the pit stops. I mean, these guys have been working out back at the shop, and they were so bullet fast in the pits, it was unreal. And everybody, Todd, Buddy, Roger Penske, Don, they all did a good calls up there. I mean, Roger was really phenomenal calling some different lines to run and keep me calm and everything. But great run, good comeback after a flip at Daytona, I'll tell you that.
Well, you were flying at both places. But once you got to the front, it looked like they couldn't do much with you once you finally got the car up front.
I wasn't going to give this one up. It's been a long time. It's been a dry spell, you know. So Kyle's usually in this Victory Lane with a Pontiac, and so since he had problems, I'm back here subbing for him, I guess. I just like to thank Miller and Pontiac and AC and Mobile and everybody, because this was a victory that we needed for a long time.
Well, congratulations, Rusty. That's a great substitute job.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
A great win for Rusty Wallace. When he had to punch the button, he was able to keep Earnhardt and Irvin at bay. Dale finishes second, takes over the point lead from Dale Jarrett. Ernie Irvin is third, Alan Kulwicki fourth. Mark Martin finishes fifth today. Sixth, Dale Jarrett. Seventh, Ted Musgrave. Eighth, Phil Parsons, all in the lead lap. Jeff Bodine is ninth, Terry Labonte 10th. Bill Elliott 11th, Ricky Rudd, Hut Strickland, Davey Allison, and Bobby Hamilton, the top 15. Then Jimmy Spencer, Rick Wilson, Derek Cope, Bobby Hillen, and Wally Dallenbach 20th. Here's Randy Pemberton.
Ted Musgrave, you look pretty good. Looks like you could go another 500 miles out there. Great run.
Hey, I'm ready. I just hated for them cautions. You know, the car ran good all in the long green stretches, and every time the caution come out, I'd say, darn, you know, because we were catching them. The motor ran good. The chassis ran real good. If all times to get a bad set of tires was the end, hey, but what the heck, you know, we just did the best we could, and we'll come back next week at Richmond. I think we got something to work on here.
Congratulations. Great run, Ted.
No, I think it'll be a land, or where are we going next? You got it.
Richmond next week. Great run for Musgrave. He finishes 7th. Kenny Wallace, highest finishing rookie of the race. He was 23rd today. And that battle we'll watch all season long. Musgrave moves to 6th in the point standings. That's pretty good. Neil, pretty solid race here at the Rock. A lot of action, a lot of anticipation.
During this race right here, you usually see a change all day long. One guy lead for a while, it switched back and forth. But once Rusty Wallace took command, as he said, he was not going to give it up. It's been a dry spell, and he took charge.
Craftsman Tools presents the Winston Cup point standings. Dale Earnhardt to first. Dale Jarrett, Jeff Bodine up there in third. Mark Martin, Hut Strickland. What do you think, buddy? 2 Chevys, 3 Fords.
Man, it looks like it's awful tight this year. It's going to be a great season. I'm excited about all the races we're doing. I can't wait till the next one.
I'm going to carry a bunch of helmets around, so I'll have the right pick next time instead of the Vince and Larry, the 2 crash dummies. Here's Glenn.
Well, I'm standing here with Mark Martin. He's looking for a hat right now. Don't blame us, a little cold out here. Mark, pretty good run, but not quite as much success as yesterday, but still a good job.
It was a good run for us. You know, we'd really like to win that Winston Cup championship, and the Valvoline guys were great on pit road. We had a pretty good car today. Not good enough to win, but we did lead a little bit of the race, and we ran kind of hot and cold. I'm proud of the guys. They gave us great pit stops, and we ran a smart race, brought home a top 5, and you got to do that once in a while to win that championship.
Well, congratulations again, Mark.
6th at Daytona, 5th here at Rockingham. Good start for Mark Martin. Rusty Wallace jumps from 32nd to 8th in the Winston Cup point standings. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of today's Goodwrench 500. Our thanks to Randy Pemberton and Glenn Jarrett. Down on pit road. TNN will be back on the air next Saturday from Richmond, Virginia with the Busch Grand National Series. And don't forget TNN Race Day later on tonight. For Buddy Baker and Neil Bonnet, I'm Mike Joy, congratulating Rusty Wallace on his victory in the Goodwrench 500. Today's telecast was a presentation of Diamond P Sports for TNN, the Nashville Network.